There a water cooler here?
Yes.
I've seen one from, I said, "Can you remember that it is?"
Here, right.
Thing of the heads. All the straight trains we had.
Probably not there, but my son, I mean, he goes around collecting.
You know, in our, and I'm not gonna get too.
Right.
Our career, our government
Okay, stick with that.
would have not worried about the training. Because
Stuff and all the things.
The build record. Nothing. They got, I saw the stat was 9.2 million gallons a minute.
Hi, Rachel. This is Riza from Tomatoes.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. This is Riza from the customer success team. We have Sheena from the operations department, and we have Sabrina, the interpreter. And according to Sabrina, she was not assigned as an interpreter yet.
Okay, we're working on it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Where did we do it all? You know, I'm gonna. Oh, no, go. I haven't done it. A long time. No. Who else is logged in with it? Yeah, that's. Anybody want to look over here for just a moment?
And put my makeup.
Yeah, yeah.
And you're going to.
Yeah, that'd be better.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's always been, really
India?
interesting to me to see how, the water gets diverted, and even here in Southern California, how much water we take from,
Everybody
Sierra.
else.
Yeah, and some,
But
Orange
that's
Valley,
a
so.
planning issue too.
Yeah.
But it's been. Just cut off.
Yeah, yeah, that's a crazy situation. We're in a good, situation here with like a lot of authority and a lot of different sources. Yeah, like, yeah, that's crazy.
Anyway, I thought of you when I read that. I went, oh my God,
Yeah.
we need water policy here.
It's not just there.
Yeah.
That would be crazy, like, started
Distribution.
Very.
that would never happen here.
You know,
That would never happen.
they get a lease and everybody's.
All right, I believe we're all set, Bill. You can start the meeting whenever you're ready.
Awesome. Well, I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. You want to go ahead and do a roll call for starters?
Director Leach,
President.
Director Jeffries,
Present.
Director Stancic,
President.
Director Mirage,
Present.
Director Brown.
Here.
Thank you. We have quorum.
Let's do the pledge. Ready to begin? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, can I have a motion to approve the agenda as written?
Jeffries moves.
Do we have a second? One second. Okay,
Is that Mike?
Yes, sorry.
any discussion on the agenda?
I have a question. Was I misled to think that Taylor Design was gonna do a presentation today?
No, they will be.
Oh, I don't see it on the agenda, so
It's part of the Community Health and Wellness Center priorities. She's doing.
I
that
see.
presentation.
it'll be there under another cover. Okay, thank you.
Awesome. No more discussion, we go to the vote.
Director Leach,
Aye.
Director Jeffries.
Aye.
Director Stanis.
Aye.
Director Mirage,
Aye.
Director Brown.
Aye.
Thank you.
Do we have any, public online or no public comments sent in?
Nope, nothing via email, nothing on VAS, nothing on Zoom.
Okay.
So,
So no public comments at this time. We'll go ahead and move on to the discussion, items. D1, we have some, board training, for Jeff, so get us started on that.
Good morning, everybody, and this is primarily for Mike and Terry, but it's a kind of a refresher for some of the existing board members. And yesterday I sent you some materials. I think as usual, Rachel beat me to the punch, and I think she's got a whole bunch of stuff for you in the portal. So, you know, just at your leisure, take a look at that, because there's no, there's no urgency, and this can be a bit overwhelming. So if Raquel, if you could just throw up that first kind of overview, one-page board member orientation slide. Basically, we're just going to talk a little bit, very briefly, about the history of healthcare districts in Fallbrook in particular, and then the legal powers of which are contained in the health and safety code of which is important for you to kind of take a look at. And then kind of your role, we'll talk about a prudent judgment rule and your role with respect to the staff, and that's pretty short. And then we'll after that, we'll talk about the Brown Act, and it's, this is not the most exciting topics, but I'm going to try my best to get through them real quick so we don't spend a lot of time on it this morning for your valuable time. So with that, let's see if we can go to the if I can get this up. The next thing, on the history of healthcare districts. So, as noted, they were first established, it was kind of a product after World War II and, the burgeoning populations, a lot of the, people in the military that, came through here in California. And if you're living in Nebraska or Hawaii, this looks pretty good. So, they said, hey, you know, when the war's over, we'll start coming back. And that's what happened. So we had this huge influx of people coming after the war into California. And there was an acute need for, healthcare or hospitals. And so they got some Burton money, they got some state money, and basically it's a grassroots local, development. And you had, particularly in your, soon to become urban areas, like Oceanside and Escondido and Fallbrook in your rural areas, and Grossmont in the East County, there was this need for these public hospitals. So that was, that's when they were created. And so the legislature carved out a niche, for, special districts. And they are typically single purpose districts, providing water, providing sewer, something like that. And so, currently there's 85 healthcare districts in California. And, they have evolved from their original purposes of building and operating community hospitals to where we are today. There's a number of healthcare districts that used to be, have hospitals like Fallbrook. Grossmont's another example, although the hospital still exists down there. And districts have turned into these kind of what you are, which is a grant-making organization to support, a wide range of community-based health and wellness facilities and activities. So we're going to go to the next one. Okay, so shortly after, like I said, this all occurred after World War II, and the local hospital district law, which is the Health and Safety Code, section 32,000, as we like to say, SC, created the authority for and powers of healthcare districts. And the list of powers is fairly significant. There's a section 32121 in the code, which lists an alphabet of powers, and everything from ambulatory care, obviously, to hospitals and things like that. And now, so, that's what, but the main purpose was, when they were created, was to create hospitals. And that's what happened here in 1950. And I've had, the hospital started out, it was just a small little place right up next door to us here, and grew over the years. And the process that it went through is it's a group of community citizens get together. They propose a district that with the board of supervisors, and then they have an election. And there are, in those days, there were bonds that were issued and allowed for. So LAFCO comes into play when it was passed to clarify and formalize the process for creating healthcare districts. There haven't been too many new healthcare districts. There was an expansion a couple of years ago over in Palm Springs area in the Coachella Valley. They literally, the legislature said, hey, the local healthcare district had been doing things very well over there for the last 20 or so years. And a local legislature said that I want the same sort of benefits and programs that are being established on the west side of the valley to also be established on the east side of the valley. So he literally authored legislation that ultimately created the doubling of that of the Desert Healthcare District. And they also don't operate a hospital; they lease their hospital. So by the 80s, hospitals were feeling the impact of huge changes in the manner in which we were getting reimbursed from the feds. We had managed care was starting to come into California. It was getting extremely difficult, and it was hard for hospitals to be that were funded from tax proceeds. The model was very, very difficult model, particularly as we got into the eighties and you had these huge conglomerate, you had Columbia Healthcare, you had, even Scripps and Kaiser, and you had these huge chains coming in, and they were basically the days of the freestanding acute care facility like this. It was just impossible from a standpoint of trying to compete. And, I've had the pleasure, either directly or indirectly, of being involved with this hospital for well over 40 years. And so, I was around when we built this building. I mean, it's just an idea. So I've seen a lot of changes, and this was really a great hospital for a community-based hospital. Had a great reputation. Nurses were well thought of. This is when the district owned it, and it was a real lifesaver for this community. And they did everything they could, but by the 90s, it had gotten so hard that they were having a hard time meeting payroll. Okay, I mean, they literally couldn't make payroll. And so, at that time, you had organizations like CHA, Columbia Healthcare also, come into California by the mid-90s, and they were looking at, well, maybe what we'll do is we'll lease these hospitals. We had this authority under the Health and Safety Code to do that. And so they came in, we had a deal with Columbia. It looked like everything was running smoothly. Then Columbia had some changes corporately, and that deal dropped through. And so we were sitting there, oh boy, this is rough, because we didn't know how long the hospital was going to be able to survive. So there were thoughts of, well, we could join with Palomar and they'll make kind of a little satellite hospital here. But, the politics of the situation were such as that, and with due respect to Palomar, they're the big dog, and there was real concern with the board of directors at the time that they basically just, not do the things that we had felt like they could. So about that time, CHS came along, and that was this. It wasn't a big hospital system like Columbia HCA, but it was a potential partner, and that's when the lease was written, and it saved the hospital for at least 15 years, because it would not have lasted if they had not had that organization in here. But even they found that it had gotten to be too difficult to economically run a hospital like this. So, that's kind of where it leads us now. So, as I say, increasingly smaller hospitals are finding it difficult to compete, and with a hospital chain. And we're still experiencing that today with hospital districts. And one of the things they did was during the latter 80s and early 90s, there was a recognition that healthcare is not limited to the four walls of a hospital. That really we're not hospital districts per se, we're healthcare districts. So that was a legislative, change that was made to make sure that it was a recognition that what Fallbrook's doing today and these kinds of things it's healthcare. It's not necessarily just limited to hospitals. So that was a significant change. So then we get rolling along here. We, as public hospitals, obviously we have a lot of public laws that we have to follow. And this was one of the criticisms over the years that healthcare districts, that public hospitals have, as opposed to Kaiser, which is a very efficient model, for example. And they looked at it like, well, we got the Brown Act, we got, we can't really meet in closed session, we can't strategize as easily as other hospitals. We have these competitive bid statutes for years that required us to when we built improvements, we had to follow the competitive bid process, which is not a bad process, but sometimes design build can be a little bit cheaper and makes it more efficient. And that's changed. They're allowing hospitals to do a little more design build, public hospitals. but there's still some, strings attached and things like that. So it was just the competitive nature that was the disadvantage for hospital districts, and it's still true today. And, as I say, the most significant legislation that sort of evolved in the latter eighties and then caught fire in the nineties was the provisions in the Health and Safety Code related to allowing healthcare districts to lease their hospitals for a period of 30 years. And that was like, oh boy, that really had some flexibility, but it was also controversial, okay? Because they didn't want you, 5 board members in the community, to make that determination that this was a public asset, a very valuable public asset. And there was some criticism because there were leases that were done without a vote of the people. So legislation was passed in the latter part of the nineties that required that, hey, if you're ever gonna lease or sell or transfer 50% or more of your district assets, it's subject to hearings and meetings and ultimately a vote of the people. And so that's where we're at right now. Were you gonna ask a question, Barbara, or not?
No, I'm just
Okay.
thinking in between the lines because I lived through most of this and
Yeah.
And one of the things that, that we were experiencing as a district at that time was the new implementation of payment methodology from the insurance companies who decided to, instead of paying directly to the provider, they created this new dynamic of capitation where they paid the large hospital, the large medical group, per member, per thousand per month, and they paid them upfront in a 90-day prepaid arrangement. So the dynamics of the dollars affected the smaller physician groups in areas that were not in a capitated arrangement.
So difficult. I mean, I've
Yes.
had the pleasure over the years of representing a little hospital up in High Desert, up in Joshua Tree, beautiful little hospital up there. But, and also one out in Blythe. But, you know, man, trying to attract physicians,
Oh, yeah.
trying to make these places go. I mean, it is just with the reimbursement rates and the things that you described, absolutely impossible. And it's not getting any better.
No, it's still a big
We're
business.
facing a crisis right now. And, you know, they talk about the burnout for the nurses and absolutely in the hospital workers, no doubt. But the physicians are just, man, they're moving around, okay? And we're, you know, and I can tell you, Tri-City, we're scrambling to keep the medical groups in place because they're you know, and the same thing's happening with Sharp and the same thing's happening with Scripps. Everybody's in this scramble mode. So it's the provision of healthcare is going to be very, very challenging. So under the lease, you know, it talks about the provisions about transferring any part of its assets to one or more organizations to operate and maintain the assets and to transfer for the benefit of the communities. And, you know, I got to tell you, some of these things have worked really well. What normally happens in these lease situations is you get some creditor that comes in for a failing small rural hospital, and they come in and just basically take advantage of it. But once in a while, you get hospitals like Grossmont and a hospital like Desert Regional that are very, you know, strong hospitals. So the lease agreement that we entered into in 1991 with Sharp Healthcare is what they call a non-profit or no consideration agreement. And that basically is what happens in those transactions is you transfer the asset, but the asset's really held in trust, if you will, for the community, because there's really no considerations being paid for it. So that asset is held in trust and it's given back to you in 30 years. But the advantage is you've got an operator like Sharp, who's much more competitive and is able to be, you know, get the contracts and run the systems a little more efficiently. So that what we call public-private partnership has worked out pretty well, okay? And in fact, it worked out so well that in 2014, right when we were getting up to approaching the 25th year or so of the lease, they decided, we had legislation passed, and they decided to extend that lease for another 30 years, up until and including, I think, you know, like 2047 or something like that. So that's going to be around a long time. but it's worked out well. And, that's a good one. The one up in Desert, tenant is making has been netting almost $100 million on that hospital. That is unheard of, okay? I'll tell you, there are predators, but you know, they know how to efficiently run a hospital. And we could argue about whether quality of care and all that, but they know how to run a hospital. But that is controversial because they're saying, well, you're taking all the profits and ancestors out of the community, okay? But now we're coming up, and I never thought this would happen because I helped negotiate that thing in 1997. We're now coming up, we're like 4 years out from the end of that lease. And so now we're trying to figure out, well, what are we gonna do now? So there's, and you've got seismic issues that you have to comply with, and it's a real challenge. But it's I can tell you, it's a lot more fun doing a lease negotiation with a hospital that is sound and profitable for overall than it is when you're just they're kind of picking you apart. So, but that's that was all those, that's what we had. The health and safety code effectively allows us to do that. So, that's the 30-year lease. So that's kind of just an overview. There's some materials that I provided you that are a little dated, but you can get into a little more depth of healthcare districts. Okay. And the next section I just wanted to talk very briefly on was kind of the role, rules, responsibilities of board members. So you would want to continue on to that. So this prudent judgment rule is a rule that's, the board's required to comply with and is guided by the provisions of state law and district policies in making decisions. And so the prudent judgment rule, you can make, this is the way this goes. You can make dumb decisions, okay? You can make wrong decisions, okay? And you can make right decisions. But the main thing is you have to make informed decisions. So part of my role is to try to ensure it's your choice, okay? And we've got, people may not agree or will agree with what you decide. But the important thing is that at least it's a prudent decision in the sense that you're provided the informed materials, if you will, so that you can make that decision. And so, we've got to, and so that's basically what the prudent judgment rule is about. And it applies to trustees on corporations and all types of boards. And so, and it basically, ultimately you are accountable to the voters. And there's now that won't go into all the gory details, but now that we've had to move from at-large to zone, the question comes up is, well, who do you serve? Do you serve the community members in your zone? Or do you serve the district as a whole? Now, I will tell you that the consensus, because this is what's happening all over because of this guy up in Malibu who's suing everybody and successfully making everybody go to zones. The consensus has been, in my observation, that notwithstanding the fact that you're no longer at large, that while you're mindful of your zone and the constituents in that area, you'd look at the district as a whole and how does this benefit the community as a whole. So I think the things that you're doing and the things that you've done are basically illustrate that and implement that. So, as I say, the business judgment rule, you must perform your duties in good faith. So I think this next one, let's take the next one. Okay, yeah. In good faith and with informed judgments. And like I said, they can be incorrect or even wrong, but as long as they're made in good faith and with informed judgment, directors are protected from personal liability. So you have multiple levels of protection as a board member. You got to really mess up, okay, to get into legal liability. It's possible. There's some areas that you want to be mindful of, and that's part of my job is to make sure that and I tell you what, been doing this a long time, represented water districts, all kinds of districts. Nobody's ever laid above, but it's because we followed the things we had to follow and made sure that we had good insurance, we have governmental immunities, we do the things we have to do to make sure that, you're protected as board members. That's the number one, guiding principle, to keep you out of trouble. So, there's a bunch of, later on, and keep moving down to the next page. And there's a bunch of stuff, okay, let's go to the rules. We did that. There's a lot of stuff on there about your role, your fiduciary roles and your oversight roles. And I think you all have a pretty good idea of all that. So while the board retains the ultimate responsibility, the conduct of the business of the district, the board pursuant to the Health and Safety Code has delegated implementation of its policies in the day-to-day operations. When I should say instead of hospital, I should say healthcare district, to the CEO. So Rachel gets to do, and this goes into this idea that, no director has the ultimate authority. Obviously, the president is in a special category because this president works closely with the CEO to make sure we get our agendas published and everything, and that we're, kind of moving down the right track. So there's just a more contact in that regard, but you're all equally important. Okay, when it comes down to it, nobody has a more authority or is more important, if you will, than anybody else, and that's the way it should be. Okay, I mean, this doesn't happen, but there is what we run into sometimes is you have very strong personalities and sometimes even agendas. So you'll have a board member that will start to kind of dictate or influence try to tell the CEO, tasking the CEO and the staff with things to do. And it's understandable, but the idea, that's what we call micromanaging. And that can get a little tricky for y'all, okay? And you need to be mindful of it. I'm not concerned about it because you pretty much do hands off and understand your role as policymakers. But they have grand juries out there. And if they feel like some silly stuff's going on, I've had the experience, I used to represent Ramona Municipal Water District. And sometimes when you get closer to the desert, the crazier the people get, okay? So, we had,
You're being recorded, right?
Right.
You know that.
No, I know that. I'll say that to anybody, okay? But I say that, let's say that, jokingly, but nevertheless, we had grand jury investigations because we had directors that were interfering with what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
And there we had a director that was walking around with a tape recorder, taping the staff and, trying to do and they basically, the grand jury came down pretty hard. Okay, now nobody went to jail, okay, but one of the things we want to do is try to protect you from being embarrassed. And that's why it's important that you follow the Brown Act. We don't have any bad articles showing, hey, these guys are, they're not following things. And so we try to avoid that because your reputation, it's not like your laundry. You can't just simply send it out and get it redone. It's something that you earn. And so, that's why it's important to follow the law. So okay, so let's see, that's the grand jury watchdog function. And they still do that. And you'll see periodically, you got to read their reports, but they go in and they'll look at what the city's doing. They love to investigate small special districts and write these reports, and then you get a chance to respond to the reports. Nothing good comes of it, guys, because it just is bad publicity typically for the district. And that's not what you want here. So now I'm going to take a few minutes. We're going to go to the next set of orientations. And I think that's the Brown Act. And this is, this is what, for me as an agent, a lawyer that represents public agencies, this is one of my favorites. But it's not the most interesting, but nevertheless, it's our sunshine statute, if you will. We get all kinds of, nowadays we get all kinds of requests. Sometimes they have the Union Tribune has a annual day that they celebrate the Brown Act, and they normally send out an email under the Public Records Act requesting, I mean, I guess I wish I could think of a couple of examples, but they want all emails that relate to this or that. And that's why we gotta be very careful about emails, because that's a written record. And there's a lot of areas where we'll talk about the trap for the unwary a little bit later, but that's where you stumble into this stuff. And again, you're probably not gonna go to jail. There's potential, but it's embarrassing, and the community will look at you and it's something you don't want to, you don't want to get involved in. So, next slide, we'll go to, it was enacted in 1953. This is not long after I was born, okay? So, after there was this expose in the San Francisco Chronicle about, look at what these guys are doing. There's no transparency. Everything the cities, and up there it's kind of a county city supervisor run the city. And it was outrageous. I mean, there was absolutely no transparency. It was your smoking rooms, back rooms, as it says, entitled Your Secret Government. So legislation was passed and the Ralph M. Brown Act was passed to start to uncover this secrecy. So the main idea of it is that the public's business must be conducted in public. And also they have ample public participation opportunity. Now, I will tell you, sometimes, when you're not a school district these days, or you're not a city council these days, and it's sometimes hard to get anybody to come. Okay, I mean, and this has been a problem forever. It's just unless it's a drought and you're a water district, or there's some, if something's going on at the hospital, you're not at the union, the nurses are on strike or something like that, you just don't get a lot of public attention. And if you're doing a good job, they don't, they might come in a little bit. But that's one of the things I think with Zoom, at least it's a platform that's gonna make it a little easier if somebody doesn't want to sit at home and watch TV, so they can come in and learn a little bit about the community. So, who's subject? Let's get the next one here. We'll get through it. Okay, keep going. So it's, this is basically what's subject to the Brown Act. Well, any board, commission, committee, or other body created by charter, ordinance, resolution, or other formal action of the board. So what that means is we have this district, which is typical of others, obviously the board of directors, you're a legislative body, you're subject to the Brown Act, no question. Then we have standing committees. So you've got your finance committee, or all the listed committees in your bylaws. And those are all formal committees, and they're subject to the Brown Act, which means agendas are posted, public's invited, all those kinds of things. That's the committee. Now there's one area where there's a little bit of an exception as far as complying strictly with all the Brown Act. And that's an ad hoc committee that's appointed by the chairman, okay? And it has a specific purpose or a specific task. And next slide. That might be something like, it might be something like, I need to get to it in another part, but that's if you're gonna have, okay, we're gonna go recruit the CEO. So it's a specific purpose. It's a limited duration. That committee can be a little more flexible. You can meet, you don't have to publish the agenda. You can kind of do your business, in an ad hoc way. And that's it. Okay, so then,
Jeff, I want to clarify, when we're doing ad hoc, we're still talking only 2 board members though, not.
yes, oh yeah,
not a quorum.
well, you always are with any standing committee or ad hoc committee, because once you go to 3,
Yes.
guess what? We got a special meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you. And I encourage you to, if you got questions, there's no dumb questions. Okay, that's how we get it. And it's helpful if you weigh in on all this. But yeah, no, that's right. And that's the thing about committees, is it is less than quorum.
And one more question.
Yeah.
And actually, as I understand it, ad hoc or otherwise, your committees function is to make recommendations to the board. The committees themselves should not get to make any decisions per se. And they're in a position just to make recommendations to the board.
And, you know, I'm glad you said that. I know these board members, folks who've been here a while know that. But Terry, you're absolutely right. You have no, what they call delegated authority. Okay, you're not, unless it's specifically delegated authority, then it's always subject to the Brown Act. But, you know, you guys, the way it works around here is you get to make the decisions as a board as a whole. And yes, if you want to, if the ad hoc, or rather the finance committee or whomever it is wants to make some recommendations, be my guest. Now, another issue comes up. Sometimes these committees, you decide, well, I want to get community involvement. So you have other members from the community that are appointed to attend these meetings. And that's fine, and that's your prerogative, but we have to be careful that these volunteers are not there to make recommendations per se to the board, because we can't usurp the board members' authority. The recommendations come down to you. You can certainly listen to them and have input from these volunteers, and that's important. But you want to be careful that you don't get 3 volunteers on a committee and then they start overriding the elected officials. That's not, you know, you don't want to do that. You want to usurp your authority. So, you know, this is these standard stuff. What's a meeting? What's the next one? You know, 3 or more members of a 5-member board, 2 members of the committee. Now that's that's on a committee. You got the 2 members, okay? Next, formal meetings may be formal or informal. They may involve only discussion or action or both. Now, they could also be in person. You could do it through technology or Zoom meetings if you started to, hey, I'm gonna have a couple of my board members, we're gonna hook in on a Zoom and we'll, you know, we used to do things or the boards. I mean, obviously, if you're trying to get around it, you know, you could use the telephone, but it's still, you want to be careful because it can be very embarrassing if there's a track record. That's why emails and texts can be very, very damaging.
What's the distinction on formal versus informal?
Yeah, I was gonna ask that. What's a formal versus informal meeting?
Well, I mean, it's okay. So let's go to the next slide. Let's say we go up to a retreat.
Oh, okay,
Okay.
got it.
So I was sitting up a number of years ago at a water district conference. And I won't name who it was, but there was a majority of the board members that were attending it of a local water district here in San Diego County. And I happened to be outside doing some work, sitting at a table, and they were all sitting at another table. And they were starting to talk about what they were gonna do. And it was a majority, it's in an informal setting, it's at a retreat or a seminar. And they're up there deciding what they're gonna do. And I told them, hey guys, hate to be a skunk in the garden here, but you can't, you guys, you all understand you're violating the Brown Act as far as what you're talking about here. You shouldn't be doing that. And of course, they were silent, and I don't know if it made any damn difference, but darn difference rather. But that's the kind of stuff that's the informal type settings that the example.
Jeff?
Yeah.
The last bullet, social gatherings or networking before or after notice meeting. 3 board members go to a conference. They're chit-chatting. They should not be chit-chatting about district business, correct?
Exactly.
Okay, it's the rule of 3. Anytime you have 3, and anytime, are you gonna do serial meetings? Talk about that in a minute.
Next.
Okay.
No, but that's the thing,
Because
it's like,
it's easy before and after a board meeting
yeah,
to kind of start in. We can't do that. If we're gonna chit chat, it's gotta be chit chat.
Yeah.
Not going back to an agenda and saying, well, next meeting, we need to talk about. No, that the public gets to know what we're talking
yeah,
about.
I don't want to be ridiculous about it, but it is true. You want to be sensitive about this when you kind of and it's really bad after the meeting, because there might be some people around here that
That's
are
right.
that are listening and they're saying, oh, those guys are still talking about that. And, we don't need to do that. So also used to have the city manager down in San Marcos when I was representing the water district down there. He was, what he would do is he'd get the city council in before the meeting. Of and they go over the agenda in his office, basically, and decide what, I mean, it was like, this is the pre-meeting stuff, that's the next, the pre-meeting. So, we don't do that, but it is, I just pointed out, is it does happen. So, there's a spoken will, there's a daisy chain. The daisy chain is when member A talks to member B, and then member B talks to member C, and they sort of build this consensus on a subject. That's called the daisy chain. The hub and spoke, that's when Rachel gets you all in her office, she gets 3 of you in there and says, okay, here's the plan. This is what we're gonna do.
That's why we keep my office small.
Yeah.
3 of you can't fit in there with me.
And, it can happen, through text, it can be emails and phones. With the advent of text and emails, it's the worst thing because you got a record of it. And believe me, that's what the newspaper loves to, hey, can I see all communications, emails between board members for the last year? And then they have some guy go through them, and if they find stuff, then so we want to be really careful about that. So then when you're talking to the staff, next one. Next slide. Okay. Oh, yeah, there we go. So staff answers questions or provides information. And so long as any views of the positions expressed by the member are not communicated to other board members. So what you do is, you come in and say, I'm really upset about this item and I just don't agree with it. And so what Rachel can do, and any of you really for that matter, but staff, you can't then communicate it to other members, the 2 other members in particular, okay? Because then you technically violated the Brown Act. So let's see where and then we got to go to the next one. Okay, so then we're going to go to so sometimes you might go to like the city, the school districts, maybe something that's going on here that you want to attend. And that's okay. It's a majority go to another public meeting. That's all, it's fine. But you're not, and it could be a social event. You could go to a gala. It could be one of your grantees is putting on something. But the big item is it's fine, but you just don't talk about district business. So you can talk about your family and what you're doing and stuff like that. You just steer away from that. So, okay, so meetings have to be held within the district. That's the next one, yeah. So, there is an exception, I won't bore you with it, but basically it's if it's to save a little money, you can come to the lawyer's office that's out of the district, okay? And it's gotta be, we have a resolution, because we have one of the things with healthcare districts is they don't have policing powers like cities and some other types of districts. So we can't pass ordinances. Understand ordinances, you've got statutes and ordinances and you've got this, and then resolutions under ordinances. So we can, there's very limited circumstances when we as a healthcare district can pass an ordinance. Okay, but we do have a resolution that sets the.
But we could make a recommendation to the county board of supervisors, and they could take some action on a resolution type thing, is that?
Or an ordinance, yes, we can make those recommendations, but from a power standpoint, when the legislature, we're creatures of the legislature, for whatever, we don't have these policing powers. So they said, look, we're not gonna allow you, we're not gonna give you that, in the hierarchy scheme of things, ordinances have a stronger, if you will, presence, I guess, or it's just, it's more closely aligned to the statute. So it hasn't hurt us at all, and it's not making a difference. We can do most anything by way of resolution. We do some financing, they allow us to do an ordinance there. I do think it's kind of funny. I think when we increase compensation, because we adopt provisions in the water code, then we do that to one area that they allow us to do an ordinance. But otherwise, we haven't had that ability. So you all know regular meetings, let's go to the next one. Regular meetings must be 72 hours in advance. I mean, this staff does a great job on that. Now, one of the things is there might be some materials that are not quite ready. As long as it's agendized, and then if the materials come in, a day or two before, that's okay. as long as that they're also equally made available on the website to the public, so that you don't get there was some legislation passed a number of years ago that says, that, hey, you don't get a free you don't get the first look at it and then the public later. So, the other thing is, when you look at that agenda, and this sometimes, and we do a good job, we want to keep this in mind, that it's gotta be something that people, the public, you may know what it is, but you gotta describe it in sufficient enough detail so they have a pretty good idea of what it's gonna be and what's the potential action and what's the financial impact of that action. You just put something on there and it may have a, $100,000 action, then you say, hey, in not to exceed 100,000, something on there so that the public knows what you're up to, okay? And, so then go to the next one. So, if it's not on the agenda, we can't discuss it. And that comes into play in the public comment area, but it's very important that we keep, whatever we want, it's on the agenda, so everybody knows, and then we can talk about it and take possible action.
I'm gonna just chime in there real quick.
Yeah.
So as chairs and the chair, when Raquel sent you the agenda and we're asking for your feedback, that's your moment in the sun, because once we post that agenda, it's in stone, we can add things to the packet,
Yeah.
as Jeff mentioned, but we're trying to make sure that we're getting those agendas out quickly and with enough time, especially since the board has indicated an interest in public engagement. We want to make sure we have enough time to get that out and pushed forward. So when we ask for your attention on an agenda, please understand this is part of why that's happening.
Yeah, and I'm the worst on this, but sometimes my report will come in until a day or so before, if I've got something, because it's just and so you don't have to amend the agenda if you're just gonna add some documents under an agenda item. Okay, that's okay. We don't have to, we'll just say amended agenda, stuff like that. But, we can also, if there's a public emergency, so let's say there's a fire, okay? Which is, we have to be mindful of that around here. If there was some reason that we had to meet for an emergency meeting, then we don't have to follow all of this stuff, and we can, we can be a little more, but that's a very rare situation, right? That's what we're talking about here. So, and then there's this other item to continue with, but that's not something. Now, one of the other areas, we go to the next one. The other area is that, let's say we want to surprise a director and thank a director or whatever it is. We don't have to put that on the agenda, okay? So commendations, okay? We're gonna do something, surprise somebody, that doesn't have to be on the agenda. That's the president, the chair is gonna take care of that. Say, hey, we got a little surprise here. And then, you don't always have to have a request to agendize future items. But I think what we do here is we have a place on the agenda for board comments, to allow for subsequent agenda items, and that's perfectly acceptable. So we'll go to the next thing. Now, I'm just going to get into this briefly because it's a kind of a complicated statute. It overlaps with the state of emergency and everything like this. We all here are aware that our pandemic is over on February 28th. That the state of emergency is going to be lifted. So then what the legislature did in that respect last year, everybody likes this Zoom technology. I think it's a pretty cool way. And it's been really convenient. I mean, there's been some boards, and now I tell you, the hospital, it's really convenient because if you go to a hospital, you gotta mask up. You gotta, it's a big deal, and they used to take your temperatures, and so if you have your board meeting in a hospital, it's a hassle, okay, and so board members that don't always want to mask up and go down and all this other stuff. So what we've been doing at hospitals is the Zoom works really good. Having you come back. Some people might go in and be at the meeting, but it's not required. So there's been some good aspects that have worked conveniently. So now all that's gonna change. We're gonna go back to the way it was before the state of emergency. Now, the way it was before the state of emergency, it was really hassle. So if you had a scheduling and you can still do this, by the way, but if you have a scheduling conflict, then what you had to do, if you were up in Palm Springs at a hotel, you had to post the agenda notice on your front door or on your hotel door, room door, and you had to invite the public to come in and attend. Okay, so I mean, it's kind of unworkable. I mean, it just isn't that workable. So what the legislature said, well, we understand, you know, we got a lot of complaints, and we can still do that. That's the law still allows for that, okay? But for the new law, and I won't go into too much detail because it is a interesting issue. But what it says now is this AB 2414, and it's effective March 1st, for all intents and purposes, as long as the declared state of emergency is expired. Basically, you can attend, you guys, a board member can attend a Zoom meeting or meeting by Zoom. We gotta provided, you know, at least there's a quorum and we follow all of the normal rules of in-person meetings. Okay, we'll go into all of those details, but that basically is it. And so as long as it's for just cause, okay? Now, you can maybe go down up a little bit more there. And so that just cause includes, then go back to that one. So this just cause standard is kind of interesting. It includes caregiving to a family member. So if you gotta take care of somebody, hey, you know, your spouse gets sick, okay? And they need some help. They're seriously, so you can stay for that, okay? And if there's a childcare issue or something like that, and it's a little more elaborate, but that in essence is it. So that's the just cause exception for you as a board member to be able, you want to do it, give notice as early as possible. You know, call Rachel, say, hey, I'm not gonna make it. I've got whatever this issue. So that exception is allowed. You want to do it 2 times in a calendar year. 2 times. So it's not like there's this is something you can make a habit out of.
That would include your own illness, I assume.
Well, yes.
And
That would-
also, would it
Well, that-
include employment, essential employment, going to a workshop?
Okay, but, yeah, let's go to the next page, okay? So,
Oh, there it is.
okay, so, a contagious illness, you know, if you're, I don't want you in here if you got the flu or whatever, okay? Then you have something's going on physically or mentally that's gonna preclude you from doing that. Under this just cause, you can call it in, so to speak. Or, as you said, travel
Only if it's-
while on official business. Now,
But for the legislative body, which your employer isn't the legislative body.
well, yes, that's what I'm saying. Now, this is a little tricky, so we wanna be careful, and this is why you got the lawyer, is that, hey, if something's coming up, I've been asked by the board to do such and such, and I'll be out of town, then that exception's allowed. Yes, please.
Are we considered employees? Board
In
members?
some context, but you're not employees.
But we get the W-2, et cetera,
Yeah.
so that kind of puts you in that.
We're a hybrid.
Yeah, no, you're right. No, but for example, you know, you're not under workers' comp. You know,
Right.
you don't have the same, but for a lot of your compensation is considered employment compensation. So in a lot of respects, or in some respects, I should say, you're considered employees of the district, but you're really not, okay? I mean,
We're elected officials.
you're elected
Attending
official.
meetings with a stipend.
And you're not really,
consideration.
you're getting a stipend, you're not really getting a salary, but I can tell you it gets really, it gets really complicated as to whether or not this salary, in what context is that salary considered compensation,
It's called peanuts.
you know? Yeah. Yes, no, it is, but it does.
No, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, it does get, but it is, you know, so in general, you're not, but yes, you're in some context, you're considered that. So then that's for the just cause thing, and that's just for 2 meetings a month. Now, there's another one that allows you to go out under, it's called an emergency circumstance. okay? And but you get to use that 20% of the time, but you can't do it 3 consecutive times.
Okay.
More than 3 consecutive times in a year. But emergencies, as we all know, I mean, I didn't write this stuff, folks, okay? This was the legislature. They're hard at work up there. They come up with all this stuff. Makes it, you've gotta have a lawyer to interpret it, okay? I mean, it's just ridiculous. So let's go for the next one. Oh, pardon me, let's go back to that one again. So that one basically, yeah, just one more. Let me just, okay, so that can be used, okay, so which is due to a physical or family emergency which prevents the member from attending. So, if you got really sick, that's a physical thing, or something happens and it's an emergency. So this just cause and emergency circumstances, this is a little more severe, but it is captured partially in the just cause thing. So the bottom line is this gives you a little flexibility if you want to take a pass once in a while and be able to call in remotely. I mean, and I think that's, that's okay, because otherwise we've got this rule that we want to be careful. And it's a rule unique to healthcare districts. But if a board member misses 3 consecutive meetings, basically the board can, and I've seen this happen, not very often, but the board can actually dismiss you. They can pass a resolution and disqualify you from serving. And so it's a little bit, I think it's 3 consecutive meetings. And so what we try to do, what I've always done is that when a member is absent, we always, they normally have a reason for that. Something's come up. We always, in the record, we always say that so-and-so is excused for this, has an excuse for this meeting. So that way I think it helps that to nullify. But these are political decisions that the board can make. And so it's not always, it comes up once in a while, but I just think everybody should be, you don't want to lose 3 in a row.
Question of that.
Yeah.
Can you miss, the 2 for just cause plus the emergency?
Oh, yeah. I think this overrides that, okay? But I do think, you want to utilize these, you want to exercise these if you think they're trying to get rid of you. And you can't.
Does any of that, 2449 apply to like committee meetings or
No.
anything else?
No.
Just regular board meetings?
Yeah, absolutely. But, and that's another thing, I don't see anything in here that doesn't preclude you from doing, a committee meeting. If something comes up and you gotta, you can do a Zoom committee meeting. It's no problem. You can do that. It gives you flexibility. And I think that's what the Zoom platform is good for, because we always can't be where we'd like to be, but it's more, you can be in some places convenient to check in on.
Okay.
So,
And just I guess one more question. If the board wanted to continue to do Zoom and have that sort of access, would they be able to pass a resolution to continue that? Or would this kind of supersede any of that?
that supersedes it. I mean, you gotta follow the law.
Yeah.
That we're in the scheme of things. We can't say, hey, we're gonna just decide we're gonna, for whatever reasons, we're gonna do Zoom.
Yeah.
Now, you certainly can do what we're doing, which is to have Zoom in conjunction with your meetings.
Yeah.
And I think that's up to you guys, but I think it helps give you some opportunity to at least encourage some people to come in and tune in to the meetings, because we've had a struggle with that over the years.
So you're suggesting that it's okay for us to offer the meeting attendance via Zoom for the public? But for us as board members, we need to have our keisters here in the chairs, right?
Yeah, and it's just back to normal, we
Back to normal.
had enough of this stuff,
Yeah.
it's like,
Let's get back.
we're
to
done,
normal.
let's
Yeah.
move on.
All right.
And we're gonna, we'll kind of assume the risk that, this thing just goes up and down. Sometimes it doesn't, it has its ebbs and flows, and sometimes we know all of a sudden people around us are getting it, and we might want to be careful, but there's no state of emergency. All things change under a state of emergency, whatever. Then it's the proclamations that come down from Sacramento like we've had. And then, that's, it gives you the flexibility of that.
May I ask a question with regard to state of emergency and what the districts are doing with regard to trying to educate and help the public regarding COVID? So what I'm saying is with regard to this state of emergency ordinance is going away March 1st. So with regard to that, will we get new directives with regard to,
He's done.
this is it,
He's done.
what's done?
The
He has
state of
no
emergency.
power.
Right, okay, so with regard to, I'm thinking of risk management for the district. How can we pump the brakes on the COVID thing and gently back up and just let the community become empowered, talk to their doctors, talk to their pharmacy, and
Well-
just provide test kits?
It sort of takes care of itself on the one hand. I don't think you have any legal liability
Okay.
or exposure in fighting COVID. Okay, I'm not aware that, how whatever degree you take, it's not like you have legal exposure or risk exposure in that regard. Now, if you did something that, that was, put it this way, just being part of or supporting an organization to provide, shots, for example, there's no liability there.
Okay.
So that, I'm not aware of any liability. Now, people, anybody can sue anybody for anything, okay?
Well, hang
But
on,
as we've seen, the courts are, they're gonna look at that. and say, well, we were, it's a health emergency, okay, but now that we're done, we're moving on. I think it seems like what we're doing now is sort of managing this. It's sort of, we're just sort of living with it. It's sort of part of our lives now. And I can't, like hear, well, my friend got COVID or, somebody's sister's got COVID. So, that's sort of the state of affairs we are right now. But the good news is the emergency's over beginning March 1st. So that's great. Let's move on,
I think it's wonderful.
So that's, now we go to access to, meetings, they get but the public wants to come in here and video call record or audio record, they can do that. The practical matter, you can just go online and watch it. So this is not as, with the advent of Zoom, this is not as big a deal. Now, this is where there are a couple little tricky things, okay, here. The participation in meetings, next slide. So the public has the right to address the board at any regular or special meeting on any item on the agenda, okay? Any item on the agenda. Now, because there's a difference. We don't have to, now we do have public comment typically in a special meeting, but we're not legally required in a special meeting to have that public comment section. That's only for regular meetings. I like to dispense with it, but I'm not, that's up to the chair and up to the CEO. But one of the things, and I think Bill's aware of this, is that before the conclusion of discussion or the board takes action. So that's the thing where we'll go to the next one here. So concerning items on the agenda at the time of consideration of the item. So what that means is that when the item, typically the way it goes is staff has a presentation on an item. They make the presentation. The chair then opens it up and you can say, well, is there any public comment? Because that allows the public to have input on that item after they've heard the report. And then, okay, well, okay, well, thank you very much. And if you've got something that's going to be a continuing controversy or is controversial, and this is just a suggestion to the chair, you might say, okay, well, we'll listen to the public, but we're going to close the public participation. Because otherwise, when you go into the next step, which is the board discussion of the item, as you guys might want to talk about it and discuss it, you don't want to have further public discussion, because otherwise it just turns into a free-for-all.
Yeah.
We've got the public, they, oh, I got another question.
Yeah.
And
And there, yeah.
And that's up,
See that.
that's up, you know, that's up to you to manage, okay, but you can certainly say, okay, well, I'm closing public participation. And you don't have to do this on every item, but get an item that looks like it's gonna be a lot.
And there's a time limit. for the
Well, and
commentary.
that's another thing, we have a 15, I know under public comment, we have a cumulative 15-minute comment period. That can be, you gotta, you know, always look at this thing from a political perspective, and that's why the chair, you kind of defer to the chair to handle this, because the chair has to sort of be on he or she's feet in sizing this up, okay? Because on the one hand, you want the public, if you've got something that's controversial, you want to let them air it out. You don't want to be accused of shouting them out or, you know, knocking them down. So it's personally my experience is that you kind of let them go. I mean, you know, they're limited to 3 minutes per individual, but if you got, you know, 10 nurses that are working in your hospital and they feel like they're not being treated fairly or whatever, and you're in a public meeting, you kind of, you know, okay, now we have this rule that it's a 15-minute rule, so we're gonna try to, you know, but you just manage it, but you do it instinctually on what you think is the best way. Now, fortunately, this rarely comes up for us. It's not something that really comes up, so you don't have to worry about it. So we kind of stick to a 3-minute limit.
Technically, ours is 5 minutes.
Okay, so then I was in the wrong district, but it's, you know, I think we're in a little different situation because we're trying to do everything we can to encourage public participation. We don't have a bunch of nut jobs coming in here trying to take over the hospital. Excuse me, I'm glad we're on tape. But anyway, you know, that happens occasionally, but that's why you have to sort of go ahead and manage it. So let's go to the next one, see what we got. Yeah, so that's this agenda item discussion on specific items. The discussion, conclusion of consideration of the item, discussion item or action taken. So in other words, what I'm trying to say here is you gotta have, it's really important to have, turn to the public and ask for input, then to the board, and then ask if there's a motion. And that's you know, does anybody like to make a motion? Now, chair can make a motion, but that's the normal process and procedure. You know, that's from what I've seen with what you've done, Bill, this is exactly pretty much what you're doing, because I know you're aware of this. Okay, so let's go to another one.
Quick question, given that there's public comment that might be very beneficial or important to the decision, you can make the motion then to delay that decision if it was meant to be done that particular meeting.
Well, I'm gonna get to that, okay? I'm talking about a specific, there's a distinction between a specific item on an agenda. And if that specific item, after you heard the public comment, you changed your mind that maybe we ought to continue this item and direct the CEO to look into something or other. Absolutely, that absolutely is appropriate. Okay, so because that's really why you want to do it, because there may have been something that they persuaded you that you feel like, hey, this is and that's the beauty of it. Okay. Now, but when you get to general public comment stuff, that's where you've got, you know, you got a split place on the agenda for anything within the jurisdictional, which is almost anything of the district. So and highlighted in there, board members may not discuss or respond substantively. So what you don't want to do, it's not on the agenda. Okay, so we don't want, I understand it's an important issue. That may be an interesting issue, but you don't want to get into a public discussion because in fairness, it's not on an agendized item. So what you might do is say, well, you know, thank you very much. You know, why don't you talk to our CEO about that? Something like that's okay. Or, you know, but you don't want to get into a real meeting discussion because it's not on the agenda. So this is something that, you know, you want to do it in a polite way, but you gotta be forceful that the public understands that we can't take, and you can say it, so we can't take, I think we say it right in our substantive blurb, we can't really take any action on any subjects. So, as I said earlier, not required a special meeting. So let's go to the next one. So, you know, this is one that's come up, this has changed a little bit, this right to criticize the policy body. And we used to have the lady, who used to come to our meetings out in Ramona. She'd always ask the general manager, she would accuse him of committing fraud every meeting. And we compared her to the Wendy's lady, where's the beef?
Where's the?
You know, where's the beef? And so, you know, as public officials, you are, you know, it's free game, guys.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, they can get a little nasty, okay? Now, this reached a point during the pandemic that the Board of Supervisors, if you were watching that, they were getting, I mean, it was almost tinfoil hat time. I mean, it was getting really, really severe, and the meetings were getting out of hand. We can cut through here. What you can do, basically, next one, yeah. So you got 3 minutes. Okay, let's keep going. So unruly speakers may be excluded from the forum if necessary to allow business to continue. So what you got to do first off is a timeout. We're going to clear the room. Okay, and that's what they were doing. Was did they clear the room, see if they could calm things down? And it always works. Somebody comes back in and starts disrupting. Yes.
Do we not have the ability to have like a sergeant at arms if we're conducting our board meetings accordingly? And you have an unruly person so that whoever is appointed sergeant at arms and be the designated. person?
Well, yeah, and there's a new legislation because of what happened in San Diego that allows for you to basically throw everybody out, you know, throw the unrulies out, so to speak. There's been a little teeth put into it because there was some sympathy on the part of the legislators that, you know, sometimes you're putting these folks into kind of a really tough situation. So there's a little bit more force in it. But typically what we do is if you ever, and we're not gonna have to worry about that. I mean, it's very unlikely, but you call a timeout, you can throw everybody out of the room except if it keeps getting unruly, if it's unruly, throw everybody out and continue the meeting, okay? Let the meeting in. Can't throw them in, because somebody's gotta be in here to make sure we're not, you know, doing anything totally inappropriate. Okay, so let's go to the next one. So I like the unreasoning. Oh, okay, so I'll just talk for a minute about closed sessions. We can't, just because something's embarrassing, that doesn't mean we can go into closed session. We gotta have a really specific reason, litigation, real property, personnel matter, somebody's made some charges against somebody and you need to, you know, referee it or something like that. But that's why you gotta have the lawyer sort of make sure that you go into closed session. And the other thing you want to make sure is you want to have the lawyer in the closed session, because that lawyer is your shield. Because I've trained boards to tell, there have been occasions, I have another district that I wasn't the general counsel for, and they asked the lawyer to leave, okay? And so the lead lawyer was a young lawyer, and he left, okay? Well, the activity, I won't go into the gory details, but the activity ended up causing the one board member to sue the CEO and a couple of the other board members. And it all arose out of this closed session where there was no lawyer present, okay? So basically what I told them was, whenever you find yourself in that situation, if the lawyer's not in there, you get up and get out. Okay, because you don't want to put yourself in a situation because that's our responsibility to make sure what you're doing is legal. Okay, not a big deal. We're probably going to have a closed session or two up here coming up in the next few months, but yes.
So what language would you use to initiate that action? Say you wanted to excuse yourself from that meeting because of whatever verbal content, conflict, etc. To say, I respectfully request permission, or do I declare I'm leaving,
Yes,
my leave
you
of
do.
absence at this time?
Yeah, I'm not gonna participate. I'm leaving.
Not gonna
And
participate,
if it gets down to just two, then you don't have a meeting,
right?
you know.
And then are you docked for that if you leave that meeting
No, because you participated in the
up to
meeting.
that point?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
thank
but
you.
if you're just doing what, you're just trying to avoid a controversy, or you can just feel like it's not appropriate. I don't feel comfortable.
Okay, thank you.
That's fair. Okay. So these are kind of the list of things that you get to talk about in closed session, and that's, you know, we're careful about that. We coordinate that with Rachel and the chair. We're gonna make sure that we're whatever, you know, and what happens typically is you say, well, you know, I'd like to talk about this or that. So then Rachel gets it, and then or they'll call me directly, and then I'll say, okay, well, we'll see if we can do that. We'll see where it falls under. But we try to be, you know, try to give you as much flexibility without putting ourselves in harm's way, so to speak. Okay, well, let's try another one here. You know, yeah, there's a potential for criminal, but you know, it's very rare that you're gonna be charged, but you could have a DA that's upset about something and could potentially prosecute a board that continually violates this, you know, Brown Act or closed session rather, but as a practical matter, the most that's gonna happen is you're gonna get embarrassed, probably. That's about it. Now, the other thing is if you do something in closed session inappropriately, there's a cure provision that allows us to do a do-over. And I always recommend that, and I've even done that in occasions when I felt comfortable that what we did was totally appropriate. But you do the do-over because we don't want to have somebody suing us and having us I'm not so stubborn that I have to be right every time. I don't mind saying, hey, look, you know, we'll avoid the lawsuit because if you're sued and they're successful for these kinds of violations, then you got to pay their fees. Okay, we don't need to do that. We got the option is that we got a cure provision, so we got a do-over. So and I've done that in the past. I was a little late on the sword because it wasn't worth it. I mean, served our interests and we just moved on to the next thing. So let's go.
And Jeff, I just want to let you know, we're about halfway through this presentation. but
Yeah, we're
I'm
almost
gonna-
done. We got some examples and another 15 minutes maybe.
Okay, perfect.
So, this is just sort of the penalties that they can do. And, you know, one of the things you could do, the most important is the attorney's fees, okay? But the other thing is that I've seen circumstances where they think that you're doing something illegal in closed session. They'll make, you'll record it, then the judge that gets to listen to it and decides whether, they call it in camera, decides whether or not to listen to it, see if you're up, what are you up to now? That's pretty rare, but it's a possibility. But we want to honor the Brown Act. We're here, we're public servants, we're here to serve, and I've always taken the position that let's be transparent. I'm not trying to hide anything around here. So, and that's you're supportive of all that. So let's see what we got. And I think that's about it on that one. Okay. So this is sort of a drill on what I call the Brown Act as a trap for the unwary. And so we'll go through this. You know, you can find yourself violating it and not even knowing it. Okay. So, all right. So avoid sending emails to the whole body. If necessary, provide information only and do not solicit a response. Okay. Be careful. Don't communicate your position or make any commitment on a pending matter. Do not direct a reply to a majority of the board. So, and also be careful, your email can be forwarded by others to a majority of the board. So you want to be careful about this kind of building a consensus through emails.
Along with that, what we're on right now, unbeknownst to me, gentleman on my left and my right informed me that they had a communication from me. It did not come from me. And it was rather suggestive of, I need to talk to you about something. Would you contact me at your earliest convenience? Now, I'm making a public declaration. It did not come from me. I checked with Jennifer. She said she believes it's spam. She's having the same kind of issue. So how do you protect yourself from something like that?
Thank goodness, I felt bad because I didn't respond to your.
Oh my God. Suffering with guilt. I don't want that. But no, I mean, I don't want to think that somebody is going to take issue with me because of illegal spam activity.
Well, I mean, it's the reality. I mean, I get, you know, report and delete all the time text. I get these goofy texts. It's just the world we live in. Okay. I wouldn't worry about that because Barbara, because, what I'm talking about is stuff that you actually do. If there's something that comes across and it's, you know, it has to do with spam or something like that. You know, that's just part of what we have to deal with, okay?
Okay, so
But-
if we communicate through this
Yeah.
new portal, will we be protected from that?
Well, no, so what you received was a phishing email, so it's a pretty common thing. What I would say is if you get an email that says it's the board member, look at the actual physical address of the email. And I will guarantee it is not b.leach@fallbrook. It's probably in at something, but it'll say Bill Leach. So just look at that. If you see it's false,
Thank you.
just automatically just drag it over to your junk file. Don't worry about it. If you see more things are coming up, or if you ever have a question about something that's come forward, come to me.
Oh, I brought the laptop.
Okay, yeah, just let me know, and then that way we can talk to IT and just to confirm the security
See,
component, but.
the problem is, and you know, you call them phishing emails, whatever they
Yeah.
are. One of the things that some districts don't even allow their board members' emails to be accessed. And if somebody asks for it, they tell them no. Okay, you send me, if you got something, I'll have them call you or contact you. Because of this very problem, that there's all kinds of hacking going on. There's all kinds of stuff that comes up with hanging it out there.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's so, I mean, you know, you're elected officials, you want to be accessible to your constituents. But in this age, it does raise a little bit of, you know, we got a little risk here. Okay, so you gotta decide whether or not, is it worth it? I mean, if you're just gonna get an occasional, as she says, phishing thing that you can delete, I don't think it's a problem, but we wanna be mindful of it because it can end up being a problem. So we're kind of keeping an eye on it, kind of seeing how it's going. I mean, I'm noticing I'm getting a lot more phishing texts, I guess they're called, just a ton more, you know? So I don't know what's going on. You know. So, okay, let's next one. Well, this is kind of interesting. Legislative bodies must publicly report any action taken and the vote of abstention on each action taken by each member. So it's really important, you know, the easy way to say is, hey, get a motion, a second, all in favor, yeah, aye, unanimous, okay, well, maybe that's okay. But that what this is requiring is that they want to know in the record, in the minutes, who voted for what and who abstained or whatever. And so it's important from a record standpoint that we do that. And so that's why we do a lot of roll call votes. And when you do a roll call vote, that takes care of it. Okay, so let's say that's, okay, so this is, let's say that we're gonna, we do a review of the CEO and then there's a salary adjustment. Well, you always have to have that salary adjustment in open session. That's all this is about, is to make sure, because it's a financial issue and you want to properly agendize it, amendment to CEO contract. And it's on the agenda so they can look at it and see what the financial impact is. Up next one. Okay, so we'll try to have hypothetical. Clockwork Healthcare District holds regular meetings on the first and third Tuesday of the month. Board Chair Skip Caliandero, whatever, will be out of town for the next meeting. He tells the executive director to move the meeting 1 week later to the fourth Tuesday. The executive director complies and posts a regular meeting agenda 72 hours in advance. What was this mistake? Now, I don't expect, I mean, this is so subtle. But we just moved the regular meeting a week.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what's the answer? Mistake. Okay, this is turned into a special meeting. What we do in situations like this is we'll say, due to a lack of, you know, due to a lack of a attendance or a quorum, we're going to move the regular meeting to the week following. Okay. Now, what we're really supposed to do is do that when we characterize that. We probably should call it a special meeting because it's not a regular meeting. I made this mistake myself, but it's important. Okay, so that has a time and place and when it's going to be set. And a special meeting can be anytime when it's called by the chair or a majority. So in other words, you might have a chair that decides, hey, we gotta have a special meeting. So the chair has the authority, it's one of the areas where the chair has more authority than anybody else to call that meeting on 24 hours notice. Now, sometimes you get a situation where something's going on and the board's upset with the chair and they want to have a meeting, and the chair doesn't want to have a meeting. So then you got to get 3 of you together or a majority together to do that. These things don't happen very often, but it's just word to know. Okay. Okay, hypo 2, staff sends out a meeting reminder to the board. One of the director replies, all, okay, with a question, and another director responds again to the entire group. What was the mistake made? I think you probably know this, okay? So, answer, innocuous act, yet it could be a Brown Act violation. So the solution is to blind copy the other members when staff is sending information, okay? And I think you do this rather than the CC. That way, everyone gets the meeting reminder and no one accidentally violates the Brown Act. So you can do, it gets you away from the reply all. You're just replying to Rachel. And everybody else isn't getting that. Next. Okay, so Grace Grant is meeting with board members Chatty and verbose about her proposed grant. After they discuss whether the grant would be something the board is interested in, Grace mentions that another board member, Gabby, liked the proposed grant and would support the board funding. What's the mistake?
Serial meeting.
Serial meeting. Come on, you already know the answer. So it's basically, it's a series of communications of any kind, directly or through intermediaries, to discuss, deliberate, or take action on any item of business that is within the subject matter jurisdiction. So, all right, individual contacts, conversation between board members are permissible, but any other person or otherwise, in other words, it's okay if you want to talk to one other board member, but that can be kind of dangerous when you do it outside the context of a board meeting, because then if that other board member contacts another board member, then you violated the Brown Act and discussing that item. So you want to try to avoid that. So, okay, next one. You don't have to stop engaging with the public, and this is true with a public member too that's got an item that's coming to you, but it does prevent them from learning about the other members' perspectives through the public. So that's the whole idea. We don't want you to build a consensus. Okay, so if you do find yourself in that situation, warn the public member that you cannot discuss the other officials' views. So if they come up to you and say, hey, I've already got the vote of so-and-so, you say, wait a minute, I don't hear it. Okay, next. In a 5-member board, Director Chatty speaks to Director verbose about a new consulting firm that may be coming to the full board for consideration. Now, Director Chatty then speaks to Director Gabby. Same thing, what's the mistake? Potential violation. Okay, it's a serial meeting. So my point is, be serious about serial meetings and avoid discussing agenda items outside the board meeting. That's why we have it. That's where you're just best at the safe harbor. So finally, okay, let's see what else. So now the board's invited to the annual Grantee Foundation Gala. Invariably, board members are inclined to discuss the latest news relating to the district business during the gala. What's the mistake? You can't, next thing. It takes exception to social occasions, but only so long as the board's members do not discuss district business among themselves at the event. That's you got that one, right? Okay, we're almost done, guys. All right, so now, after a lengthy presentation, Chair Anita Brake of Inclusive Healthcare District asks each board member individually to express their opinion on the item. A motion and second is made to approve the project. The chair opens public comment. Here's the testimony of an angry neighbor and for 2 proponents. She closes public comment and calls for a vote on the motion, which passes. What's a mistake?
Getting consensus before the public was able to weigh in.
Yeah. You gotta provide the public an opportunity to comment on the agenda item before, or during the consideration of the item. So that's the idea, is that you wanna have public input. It's best to have public input before you start to deliberate and discuss. It's just and it's not, look, you're not always gonna follow that, because what happens is you're going through the agenda, you're gonna have non-controversial items and things like that. it's just human nature, you're gonna forget it, it's not fatal. But the idea is that if you kind of get into the routine of doing it, it's a good way to run the meeting.
So, avoiding the appearance of as well, because as much as I lived with Brown Act for 10 years, when I came on the board and I'm on the strategic planning committee, and Howard and I had a cup of coffee and just to get things rolling. Now, that was only 2 board members, but it's 2 board members on a committee. And that was perceived badly. And so that I would never have thought about that perspective, but that's the appearance that you gotta avoid, so I just wanted to offer
Well, and just-
rookie mistake.
no, but to follow up on that, I'll give you an example. I think it was out in, I was up in High Desert, up in the Joshua Tree. And they were, at that time, they were using, managing firms that come in and help run the hospital. And so there was a meeting and they were gonna be considering, a number of firms. And the board president and the vice chair were seen at the local restaurant with one of which was the firm that actually got the
Oh, that's even worse.
and so they were seen at the local, restaurant, having dinner and, oh man, I mean, it was, when they had, I gotta tell you, when they had the meeting, there were a lot of people that were very angry and upset because they felt like
Appearance of evil.
it was done, it was a backroom deal. And, so, good point. So that's that one. I think we're almost done. So let's see what's next. Okay. All right. We don't need to do this with you, Bill, but giving prompts, before discussion. Hey, wait a minute, don't forget public comment. I might interrupt once in a while. It's not to be rude. It's just to simply, for sure, keep you going. So you can have speaker calls, cards. But the idea here is close the public comment once once those wishing to comment are done, and ensure that helps the manage.
But in the middle, it says, I think there's another exception. You don't have to fill out a speaker card to speak.
No, in
Okay,
fact,
that's an important point.
yes, no, I agree, and I appreciate you bringing it up. There's no mandatory, you gotta tell us,
Who you are.
yeah, who you are and stuff. We gotta, it's traditional for speaker cards to fill out, but it's voluntary. If somebody comes in and says, hey, I don't want to, okay, welcome, All right, now we got just a couple real quick ones here. Let's go. So the Reverend comes in, his comments at the Wayward Healthcare District meeting, because the town crier report always attends and he wants publicity. During the comment period, one meeting, he accuses the chair of being a sinner because the district has failed to allow a religious group to use the district to conduct church services. So the clerk turns off the microphone at the chair's request. They just shut her off, okay? What's a mistake?
We get to be berated.
The legislative body cannot prohibit public criticisms of policies, procedures, programs, or services, and, or the agency or the missions of the legislative body. So they come in and say, Rick, and you guys, and Rachel, and me, or whatever, that's it, okay? And we can't preclude speech based on its content. It may only adopt content neutral restrictions such as time limits on public comments. Next. So it's the First Amendment here, folks. Be prepared to receive harsh comments. Let the public use their 3 minutes as they wish. And 5 in our case. This avoids escalating the issue and potentially drawing additional criticism. So we gotta let it air it out, man. This is good. All right, next. Okay, this is the last one. Okay, we're done. After Redmond's microphone was cut off, he begins yelling a sermon from the podium. He refuses to leave after the 3-minute comment period is ended. The Wayward Healthcare District Chair warns him he will clear the room if he doesn't stop. The Reverend continues yelling, so the chair orders everyone in attendance to leave. What was the mistake? It's the news media. That was the one I told you before, okay? You still gotta let, if there isn't somebody, we don't have this, but if there is somebody there, you gotta allow that.
So when Rick Monroe from the Village News is on Zoom or in the room, y'all can kick everybody out but him.
Yeah. And
Keep their only media.
I'll talk to Bill if we ever get a meeting that we think that is, this is potentially gonna happen, because you've gotta let it air it out on the one hand. And, the last thing you really wanna do is have to shut down the meeting, but I've been in meetings where I had my back to the wall, okay? Because we would go to meetings out in Ramona, and that, I don't know what it was, but if they didn't have anything to do, watch TV or whatever, they'd come to the night meeting. And there was inevitably, a few would be in their cups, and, oh man, it could get really raucous, it really could, and, we had to. Yeah.
We're still not having wine at the meeting.
No, they'd have it home and anyway,
Yeah.
so I'll lay off on the stories, but I got a million of them. There was some interesting times, so I think we're there. So let's see.
You got about 10 more slides, but they're all,
No, let's go. I don't think so. Shouldn't have. Oh, okay. All right, I think we're good.
Keep going.
I think we're good. Oh, this is the important one. Designated board president or board councils will be in charge of providing a report after closed session. So when we go into closed session, we do a report after. And I typically, it's easy for me. It's not, plus it's something that the chair doesn't have to do, but I'm used to doing that and do it all the time. So next.
No.
I think we're okay on this one. This was an EIR. This was adding something, in order, but I think we're pretty much done. We've covered all this stuff. Review let the agenda be your guide, not comments made by public or staff. Review your agenda and evaluate whether general agenda items such as matters from the board or potential traps for board violations. And if you want to keep your general agenda items on, note the agenda that the action will be taken and ensure this rule is followed. And note on the agenda that no action rather will be taken. So let's go ahead. And if we do all of that, we've got something. Okay, let's keep going. I think this was okay. Let's go. I think this one, I had a revised one of this. So I shortened this yesterday and I think you got the wrong one.
That was the last slide.
this is it.
Okay, yeah, no, this is it. So because this has got the, utilizing the board council is an important resource to help prevent violations. Okay, let's say.
Yay, Jeff.
Can we take a human?
I
break?
was gonna ask, why don't we go ahead and take a break?
I want to have.
I tried to give you the high sign.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I never thought it would be that long. It's got important stuff for you to look at. I feel like, I'm sorry.
So real quick here, after, if the board went into, a session after the regular board meeting, a closed session, the report that you would prepare of those minutes, so to speak, would be simply whatever action was taken during that period of time.
Yeah, and.
Not a discussion, something.
Yeah, no, Terry, what we do is immediately, when we go back from closed session, we go back into open session.
Mhm.
And if anybody wants to hang around, they can hang around, okay? But we formally report, even if there's non-action, I'll report that the board discussed or considered A, B, and C and took no action. Okay?
Yep.
Oh, man, I am really sorry. I thought I was.
Flying through, huh?
No, it's all good. All good.
I really didn't want to, this is not, I mean, it's.
Well, nobody wants to get arrested or anything.
Well,
so
no,
it's good
it's
good to have that info out there.
Yeah, it's helpful information, but you guys got it. And I just did not want to, I really.
We did.
My intention was not to
Yes.
drag this through all this.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate all the info.
Mr. Scott, wanted to ask you, the fact that we are no longer operating a hospital.
Good, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
a lot of that, you know, in the past, part of the administration companies that they were having meetings and doing deals on 4 hours. You know, we're so far away from that, and we have such a big thing. So because we're going to be developing the. The new members. We speak within the confines of the meeting, activity and parameters regarding our goals. Not speaking about that. I don't think this is you're going to be directly involved in.
Wow, yeah. You know, 100 million years. I'm still in Michigan Valley, probably like 7 years ago. I have my kids. Living the life. All this school, because I was right below like USD. Yeah. And so I was like,
It's gonna live.
yeah, it sounds like. Okay, I don't. It sounds like it's a lot of, yeah.
Things were put into play, it's the only way they were going to put them into play under an emergency powers. So we're gonna have a lot of freedom and now. That's
Yeah. Oh, we're the same one. Yeah. You know what, it was so many exhibits when you saying telling presentation. You know, it's so and that one was gonna wear. I was like, oh, this is so that is so well. Like, but then. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Don't eat too much of that. Pizza's coming at noon. Oh.
But now that it's.
Oh, a snack 15 minutes before lunch.
I was running out of the house. Last thing I need to do is faint while I'm standing up there. Exactly. So I'm good.
Boy, that camera was good.
I know.
Beautiful.
It's morning for Christmas.
My father wanted to like for this program. Buy like some water. It's good when.
Yeah. I got it. There's usually like a.
Well, we're supposed to maybe have a scholarship. I do.
Oh, I will be.
Yes.
Who's burning their bagel?
I did. I think really burned it kind of sin. No, my husband needs it.
Really good stretching.
Yeah.
Some of ours isn't true, Joe. Like an oak wrapped in. That, but.
But it's really nice.
I love, it sounds like something.
Yeah.
Read it to the fridge and let me know.
No, my house is upstairs.
Oh, okay, I was just curious. I saw that.
I think it'll be good, you know, an option instead of like,
When I went back there, I found. It's all fucking.
it's just.
Yeah. No, I am upstairs in that corner over there. We're just two rectangles.
Okay, so you're just above it.
Yeah. Yeah.
What were those computers?
Yeah, I saw you.
Just enough.
So.
Transferred my.
I mean, I.
No,
It's usually just.
phone has become so everything. I was looking at one of the larger phone screen sizes.
Yeah. Is obviously on new stuff. For new concept that we see.
Very familiar.
It should. You've only been looking at it for.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then, tapping.
I might be having some.
Yeah, that.
Good choice.
Hey,
And I've been there.
we had that, I had made that for a window at the Chamber of Commerce.
So the also this is.
We had that, and then we had like pictures of, you know, a lot of the types of things we do, to get decorated, we're like, how do we, you know,
Yeah, what do we think?
yeah.
That was awesome.
I'm always like the kiss of death here. I'm always the cold one, and this one's like on fire. So I'll just walk up and lay an ice cube right there.
The temperature wars in the office.
Luckily, since I'm in the bathroom.
That bathroom is.
Yeah, they're hot.
So I already turned on, so a lot of times you guys will find when you come here, the bathroom doors are propped open. We started it during COVID, first of all, so you weren't touching as many doors. But then we were also like, yeah, it's like a sauna in there. So we just keep the doors open. I mean, you know. That's good. Right, so we'll pop to the board portal here in a moment. Let Raquel get back, make sure Barb's got what she needs, and then, I was just talking with Bill, and he's comfortable with us maybe taking something out of order and moving the Community Health and Wellness Center, presentation above the grant, since we have Jennifer from Taylor Design. So we'll just wait for the other two ladies, and we will be up and ready. I'm ready for you to move your ready. Yes. Good. Oh, this one's starting. You're good. That's right. And then, everything that Jeff talked about and some of those other supplemental things that he emailed to all of you is gonna be found on your new board portal. So let's go ahead and head to the next slide. So your board portal is accessed from the district's website. So when you go to our website, there's our homepage. You'll see that yellow arrow up at the top, right across from the contact us that says board portal. And you're literally going to go there for everything going forward. Your web link to your email, all the agendas for committees, the minutes, everything that we used to try to send to OneDrive or that we've tried to do via email, which is always disastrous, right? The Chromebooks wouldn't print, it wouldn't connect, it would do weird things. Okay, so we're done with that. The portal is one of the options through Streamline, which is who we have always been with to host the website. So let's go to the next one. Perfect. So I've already sent you all an email inviting you from Streamline. And essentially, it should be pretty simple. You're just gonna log in. And you're gonna log in with the same credentials that you have. Right? You're gonna set it up. You're gonna create it. It's helpful if you check the Remember Me on your standard website, whatever you typically use. It should be pretty simple. Okay, if you have any challenges with this, you're not comfortable with it, just let Raquel or I know and we can try and walk you through it. If for whatever reason your technology has some challenges. Yeah,
So it says to create a password, we create another password.
you're gonna create your own, right, for Streamline.
Gotcha.
The password that you'll have to have is the one that you use for your email.
Can we use the same?
You can absolutely use the same.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no problem. So you want to go to the next one? So the webmail link takes you directly to your Microsoft Office 365 page. You'll use your regular email password to access this. So again, that quick link, you hit the webmail link, it'll pop up the Office 365. Your email address is the district's email address, and then your password. If for some reason you don't remember it because it was built into your world a long time ago, just let us know because we have that. You just finished yours.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just saw you do it on your phone, so,
Pretty easy.
Yeah, I did it. small
yeah,
notes,
Barbara,
right?
yours, you've had it set up for so long that if you don't remember that, just let us know or bring the Chromebook in and we can,
Chromebook here after the meeting, I can touch base.
not today.
Okay, well, I mean, later on.
Well, we will get to it this week, I promise. We'll get it quick.
I get it.
Okay, so you'll see on these quick links on the side, you'll see the board meeting, finance, facilities, strategic planning, government PE, and your request for compensation. So literally everything you're gonna want is here in the portal now. Let's go to the next. You'll also find a history tab. What we're doing now is going back and pulling some of the previous committee and board meeting minutes packets from 22 is already on there. So we'll try and maybe add some more, since sometimes it's nice to say, what was that historical thing? How did we get here? That way you can take a look at that.
I think you can still pull some of those up from the website. too.
You can, but as we start to go farther back, sometimes it gets shoved down and you won't have as much access. So I want to make sure for board members, you can pull it pretty easily. If not, of course, obviously staff can get it for you at any time because we keep it forever on the server. Just want to make sure you know.
Awesome.
Your request for compensation, each month Raquel will notify you the date, for your request for compensation is due. You're gonna fill it out as a form online. So no more chasing around email and paper and trying to assign it and who's got it and stop. All right, next. Literally, here's your form. It matches the paper form exactly. The only thing that's different is you have an electronic signature. It lists all of you, but it's the same items. It allows you to upload your certificate of completion if you've done an online training or webinar and you haven't already sent it to us, you can upload it here. Same thing as if you've gone to a conference. The only thing I wanted to put on here to just note is if you've gone to a community event and you're going on behalf of the district, right? You need to let me know beforehand because I'm the one who's supposed to know how many of you are there, right? So that's a helpful thing. If you're saying, hey, all 5 of us are gonna show up at the Christmas parade, fine, I got no problem with that. But I'm gonna make sure you're not all 5 sitting together in the back of the district's truck going down and waving. That might be a whole different kind of agenda. I don't know how we're gonna do that. But those kinds of things, otherwise it's the exact same form you've had before. Once you click all of those boxes, you're gonna select your name, you submit it, it comes directly to Raquel's inbox. So we don't have to wonder whose do we have, and then Raquel will make sure it gets to Judith, and Judith is the one who's then running it through ADP and gets those stipends done. Super clean, super easy. Next slide. Okay, that's it. Literally, it's that simple. So if you have anything that you would like to see or other informational documents that you think need to go on there. So since we made this, when you get to the main portal page, you'll have a tab that says home, that leads you to the QuickBooks and such. You'll have another tab that says history, and this is where we're putting all those past meetings and such. And then you have some board training documents. So all of that information that Jeff sent you, as well as things like the bylaws. So, Mike and Terry, when you guys first came on, I gave you copies of the bylaws already. But this is a good place for all of that stuff to live so that you can find it electronically at notice. Now, obviously, most of those documents are also on our website, but this way you can find new things. So Jeff's training documents will also be on there, so you can refer back to your Brown Act slides when you wanna, refresh it. Super easy, right? That's it. We are now modern.
Yeah.
You can access it via your phone.
Yeah.
You can access it for tablets or laptops or whatever. What's nice, because it's web-based, whatever your technology is hooked to, if you need to print out your packet, you can do that. The other part is sometimes it's just not easy to print. Your printer's on the kapoots. You know, you're gonna be traveling, whatever. If you would like a printed copy of the packet, the agenda, whatever, just let Raquel know, preferably the morning of the meeting at the latest, so that we can make sure that we've got a print copy for you. Is everybody comfortable with those changes?
Well, good.
Mine's fast. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, it works.
Awesome. All right, thank you.
Well
All right.
done.
So do you want to, propose the moving deed?
Do we need to, get a
The chair can just go ahead and do it.
Yeah, you can just.
Okay.
Yeah, we just to save time, we have a presentation, so we just want to move, we'll skip over, E3 for now, and we'll go right to, D4. Community Health and Wellness Center, priorities. So we have a presentation,
Yep.
if you want to say anything before the presentation, but.
So, this is Jennifer. Jennifer is our project manager for Taylor Design. Those of you who've been around a while will remember that Joe started this process with us early on. Joe has made the handoff to Jennifer, and we've been working with Jennifer for several months now.
Yeah.
We had a meeting yesterday, so we made sure to kind of update her on different things, making sure we're all up to date. We finally got the 2 different data points from the general contractor, so that's a big part of today's conversation. Mike and Terry were also provided a catalyst report for a ways on, so that they could try to be brought up to speed on that. I have the catalyst report here in case there's any questions on it, but we can kind of go into some of those details after this part of the presentation. But I think, as Jennifer and I discussed yesterday, let's ask questions while we're in the process.
Yeah.
So Jennifer, if you'd like a podium, I can get you a podium.
Yeah, that's okay.
All right, perfect.
Okay.
Otherwise, we'll let you point to the screen.
Yeah, can I ask, can we switch the view options so that those pictures are on maybe the right side so we get a full screen?
Yeah, let me try that.
Okay, thank you. Oh, we do it here?
It's, well, we present from the presentation laptop.
Oh,
It's all good. In
Thank
fact,
you.
since we don't have, we will just do,
oh yeah, that's good,
and
that's good.
there you go.
Thank
You
you.
got it.
Okay, well, thanks Rachel for the introduction. Hi, everybody. My name's Jen Timmons. I'm with Taylor Design. We are, if you don't know too much about Taylor, we've been around since 1979. We started in healthcare. We were founded by a lady named Linda Taylor in Southern California. And since our kind of inception with healthcare, we've gone into other markets like senior living, some science and technology, and which one am I missing? Science, senior, and higher ed. So we're really excited about this project, and I'm particularly excited about working with all these ladies. They're really great. So, all right, we can move on.
Real quick, can you tell me a name or two of some of the other senior living properties that you've done work for?
You know, that's not my sector, so I'd have to go dig through our, marketing material to tell you. I'm all about healthcare, so. So agenda for today, I'm just gonna kind of recap our relationship that we've had, Taylor and Fallbrook. We're gonna go through the goals. A lot of them were set up by Catalyst, in their community needs assessment. How we translated that into a scope. Your timeline and your costs associated to your project, some project delivery options, and then a summary and how to go from here. All right. Okay, so about us, the screen photo there in the background, you might notice looks a lot like the one over there, that poster. So we won a competition, way back when, in 2018. We connected, and ever since then, for the last, you know, for 4 years, we just kind of worked together to develop this concept more and more and more and refine it. Until we got to a point where we felt like we were ready to launch into some more formal documentation. So early part of this year, we executed that documentation. We finished up schematic design. There was a pretty good dose of pre-design work in there too. And then we took those schematic design documents, and for the last half of last year, just about, we worked with some different local contractors to develop some rough order of magnitude costs, which you'll see reflected in the future presentation here. And then with those with those costs, we also thought through some strategies on how we can actually execute the project, how we get it done. So, all right. Hey, this also might look a little familiar. This is an image that we've developed. This is a shot looking, let's see, so north is that way, so looking south on your property towards Mission Street. So this is your building 1, building 2. It's a combo building, I guess, building 1 and 2. So respecting the architecture that you've got, that beautiful A-frame, and really just opening it up, giving some light, making it more welcoming, just like your whole community center is meant to be, welcoming. This is a shot of inside, just walking inside that rendering there. If you walked inside, you would see this big grand space. It's the A-frame roof there above us. And just a concept idea of how that space might get used for the community with some exercise or fitness classes. So working with Rachel and the team, understanding the Catalyst report, we developed 3 kind of major guideline goals for your project. Promoting a positive sense of mental health, encouraging people's well-being through physical fitness, and then finally, a community amenity space. Okay. Community amenities being the last thing I mentioned. This is also one of them. So if you were to walk through building 1 towards, you know, kind of away from your entrance, so that would be east, in your building, you would find this really cool demonstration kitchen, a little classroom off of it, and that's a shot of what that could conceptually look like.
And what you'll love to notice is that you're not seeing people walking in and out of the restroom anymore. So that was a big part of that reconceptualization of that space, that multi-purpose room too, was not only to meet that need of the demonstration kitchen, but to reconfigure the space so that you're not having restrooms in the front. Nothing worse than someone going, "Oh, excuse me, Jennifer, I know you're," and I'm gonna open the door behind you while you're presenting.
Yeah, that there's certain things about design that can be very much more comfortable than others. Yeah, okay, next slide. Okay, so going way back out, just looking at the site plan, this is East Mission Street here. You enter in, here's your building 1 and 2 that we've kind of been focusing in on with those renderings. So what are we gonna do to this campus? Oh man, a lot. So we're all over this thing. The yellow is where we're not touching around the perimeter. That's kind of gonna just be left as this natural, beautiful ecosystem that it is. There's some ravines surrounding it, so it's naturally sort of wants to be left alone, and we're gonna be respectful of that. So, of course, like I've already mentioned, we'll have some improvements to your building 1 and 2. We'll be installing some playground and exercise pavilion to support that physical fitness component of the goals. In the upper quadrant of your space or of your property here, we've got improvements to your shade structure for some community event, and we're playing with some different ground coverings so that you have an assortment of ways to meet people's needs, you know, whether it be a wedding or a party or, you know, a group of people just meeting together for fun. We've got some great ways to make that happen. So that's a community amenity that's hitting on point 3. We've also realized that definitely your parking lot needs a little bit of love, so we're resurfacing.
By a
Rachel?
little bit of love, we mean it needs to be gutted
Yeah.
and start over.
So yeah, and Rachel made sure that that was not missed. So yeah, you're definitely getting a resurfaced parking lot. We're gonna be expanding your parking, covering your parking. On top of that covered parking, we're looking at photovoltaics, so that's really super great. Lots of utility improvements, including support of those photovoltaics on top of your structures. Again, a community amenity and physical fitness component of a walking path around the property. Most likely conceptually, right now, we're looking at a DG path, a decomposed granite path, much like what you see around Fallbrook already. Very natural, not concrete, not asphalt. Let's see, meditation and memorial spaces in the quieter zone here in your upper left of your property.
The farthest spot away from the chickens.
Yeah, chickens over here, right?
Right.
Yeah, okay. Meditation as a meditation memorial, also sort of acknowledging that you've got a pretty great neighbor up there and just wanting to keep that zone a little quieter for being neighborly. And then just some necessary stuff like reconfiguring the trash enclosure to support the overflow parking access. And then because we're in Southern California and your site is such X size, we are required to have some best management practices for your construction. Environmental, you'll hear SWIP, BMPs, it's all that stuff wrapped up.
And before we lead on, just know that this project scope was designed with all of the feedback that we received from the board members, from the community, and then from Catalyst. So all of those pieces were presented to Taylor to put into this overall scope and design. Okay.
Okay, so how long is this gonna take exactly? It's always a big question we get. So here we are today, almost in February, dare I get ahead of myself a little bit. And we have a point of decision today too. So you'll be seeing kind of what we've got in front of us. Once we make that decision, we can launch into the remainder of our construction documents in the neighborhood of 6 months. These are all very approximate, rough order of magnitude lengths of time. Once we complete our construction documents, we'll bring it back to you. I'll make sure, are you happy with what you've got? Are we checking all your boxes, meeting all of your goals, all of your community assessment needs? We can do a page turn or whatever Rachel feels is appropriate at that point. If you like it, if you're happy, we can go to the County of San Diego, get it approved, to get you a building permit.
Good luck on that.
Yeah. Not their first day, luckily.
Yeah, not my first rodeo, as they say. And luckily not my team's first rodeo either. And that's the beauty of, you know, Taylor is a over 100 person firm now. So we've grown substantially since we actually even started this project with Fallbrook. So our bench depth has grown quite a bit, including yours truly, technically. So, we've got a couple months of bidding. This is going to be up to you. This is totally your timeline in that bidding process. Once we get it bid out, we have a contractor selected. We'll know really truly how much this thing is going to cost exactly. Then we're looking at 18 months of construction. That puts us in the middle of 2025 for a grand opening.
Okay, any questions, thoughts on that, you guys?
The construction, the schedule, sounded very general. What's your confidence level in this thing blowing out 2 more years? Or not blowing out in 2 years? I mean, what's kind of the constraints here in terms of, I heard general, but I didn't hear specific yet, and we've been working on this for quite some time, so how tight are we on the schedule right now?
Yeah, so when you complete schematic designs, we're at about 20% of firm, if you will. So 100% firm is at the end of July. So when we are talking about cost, timeline, even scope to some degree, we're only in the 20%. Like, I know I'm gonna make you a bottle. I know it's gonna be, you know, silver and it's gonna be able to fall on the ground from 4 feet high, but I don't know, it's gonna have a spigot, but I'm not sure, you know, where the labels are gonna go or what color it's all gonna be. So we're still, forming and storming, and this is based on what I would call sort of an industry, expectation at this point, knowing the scope, the quantity of work. It's our estimated professional estimate.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, please jump in if you have questions.
Jeff here? Yeah, if, well, a couple things to know. It says a timeline there, a couple months for the public bidding process. One of the advantages of a public bidding process is the fact that if the bids come in and they're a little bit too high, then you can reject the bid. There's no liability or anything like that. And you can kind of reassess it and say, well, maybe we got to scale it back. So, you know, there's a lot of unknowns about what with construction these days about what you're going to end up with. So you do have that flexibility. And as far as the timelines, you try to keep your contract documents tight, but you got to make sure you got a good construction manager that's overseeing the work and things. So you keep them on a tight schedule because it's always, that's the goal, you know. Appreciate that.
Okay.
All right, okay, so how much is it going to cost?
Holy cannoli.
So, yes. That's a good way of phrasing it. So we're looking at, so what I want to point out is this is your all in. This is everything, everybody hopes and dreams. We've got allowances included in there. So these allowances are numbers that we have, again, it's a estimate of a professional estimate on what we think it will cost, working with the contractors as well as the engineers, to establish a reasonable allowance for these items: solar structures, memorial furnishings, playground, security, and then that SWIP component that I was talking about earlier. We've also got, so we've got a direct construction subtotal right here on this line at about 9.3 million, 9.4 million. The design contingency is a standard thing to carry. That's a 5% contingency, because again, like I was saying, we're only about 20% through knowing exactly what we're gonna have that contractor install on site. So that's a contingency just for a little bit of refinement in the design as we go forward. Escalation contingency, dollars today are not dollars tomorrow. So that's why we're carrying that. Project insurance and bonds, there's a whole lot of, frankly, there's a whole lot of line items wrapped up in each of these, but that's a general summary of what we're looking at: insurance and bonds, and then contractors insurance and bonds, and of course their fee. So indirectly, we're looking at about 1.5. That brings us to a construction cost total of 10.9. It is important that you realize that in the industry, we have a thing called soft costs. Soft costs are design fees, inspection, testing, reports. It can be move-in costs for yourselves to move into the facility. Some furniture, some pieces of equipment, microwaves, things like that may not be included in that 10.9.
Jen, can I just recalling the visual of the master plan? This does not include any work on the education building, correct?
Correct.
The white one.
This one, yeah, so building 3, thank you very much, actually, I meant to say that. building 3 as well as been in building 4 are effectively left alone.
Gotcha.
There's
Yeah,
a little
really,
bit of,
the only thing
around-
it really talks about is some site work
yeah,
that would go around it,
Right.
but the internal structures are not touched.
Okay, thank you.
of course. Thank you for clarifying that too. Okay. Next slide. Okay. Wowza, I think is what I heard earlier, that was the right, I had the feeling that was gonna be the response. Through my conversations with Rachel, I realized that, that's just more than you're willing to spend at this point, so that's normal. Honestly, many projects that I do, we start out this way. And then that's where the last few months I've been working with Rachel and her team to establish, okay, strategies, what are we gonna do? You have a community needs assessment that wants this, you've got a group of people here that want to see this project develop. And so there's strategies, it's not a one or none. So, what we're thinking about and what I'm presenting to you now from this point forward is the strategy on how we implement, and we're thinking 2 phases. So we break it up. We break it up into more biteable chunks of work that is within your construction budget or within your budget today. We build the thing that's gonna get all the notoriety, all the attention, and even some of the revenue coming in for y'all. We build that first. We get some community involvement and excitement behind it, and then when you're ready, we can handle phase 2. Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about what phase 1 is really gonna be looking like. So I'm gonna go through this kind of the same idea where I'm gonna tell you specifically the scope that we're gonna be working on from a construction standpoint, how much it will cost, and then we'll do the same thing for phase 2, and how much it'll cost. And then we'll look at a side-by-side comparison. Okay. So building 1 and 2, so phase 1, again, remember it's that whole parking lot. We recognize that if we're gonna jazz up building 1 and 2, we gotta jazz up the parking. We gotta be able to let visitors park there. So that's included in this phase. We're gonna be, adding in your large multi-purpose space there that you see in the lower corner in blue, where your fitness activities can happen or after work events. Your kitchen, your demonstration kitchen there on the right with your multi-purpose room and or classroom space, that's included. We're gonna totally rescan your building. So basically make it like that. So we're talking extra windows, more windows, but re-roofing, giving it a real enhancement to your building. Also included are some exterior gathering spaces. So by the way, this is also the full scope for this building. This is not, we're gonna come back in later and do more in this building. This is an all-in on this building. Enhanced landscaping around where you don't already have some of these kind of back of house connections there, just to make your facilities department a little bit easier time working with the building. We'll of course be upgrading those restrooms and your other back of house functions like mechanical and some offices. We will also, of course, improve your accessibility. That's within every project that we do. And like I mentioned before, the parking lot improvements. We will not be in this phase installing the solar structures though. So that's one piece we just pulled.
We do talk about redesigning how the parking is aligned. So that how you get in, instead of one big square, it actually has a little bit different shape, which will accommodate a little bit more parking and a more safe parking. If you've ever been out there when people show up, it's scary. So the solar structures though, there are other options on bringing those in afterward. The initial infrastructure for that is part of this conversation. Good.
Okay, so how much is that gonna cost? Okay, so it's a little more palatable. Our direct construction subtotal, we're looking in the range of about 4 million. We've got a couple of different estimates. We are early on, so that's a little bit of what the cause of the variability in the estimates are. But the average is about the direct construction subtotal of close to 5, or excuse me, close to 4. Again, we are carrying the same design contingency of 5%. We're also carrying the same escalation contingency because construction on this project would be more or less aligned with the all-in project, the single.
Jen, let me interrupt. You guys will see 2 different columns. Column left was general contractor 1, column right is general contractor 2. So when I mentioned that we were getting 2 different quotes, the idea was we wanted to see what kind of variability we get across 2 different general contractors. So we'd have a better data point. So when Jen's talking about aggregate numbers, this is kind of where we're talking, looking at what these 2 firms presented to us.
So these are proposals.
They're not formal proposals. These are general contractors that Taylor Design took the concept
Gotcha.
documents to
Mhm.
and said, if we were to build this from what you see, what would this cost?
Gotcha.
Now, again, they do not have exact construction documents.
No.
So without that level of specificity, these numbers can be up or down based on what is decided next. So I just want to make sure that caveat is understood.
On the solar side of things, is there enough roof space between the 2 buildings to put solar on the roof rather than separate structures, or is it not enough power and space?
There is potential room on the multi-purpose 2. You
Right.
can't do it on the A-frame. That thing's just not gonna happen. But we did talk about the potential of aftermarket on room, multi-purpose room 2.
So then the indirect, I think we've covered that, the indirect being more or less $1 million more. And you've got a construction total average working around 5.5 million. So my understanding is that is much more within your scope of cost right now. So, okay, again, doesn't exclude all the soft costs like all the other ones. Okay, so that's phase 1. We're gonna move into phase 2 next. So fast forward, your existing building and your parking lot are, finished or nearly complete. You're almost moved in or you're moved in, depending on your timeline. It's completely up to you guys. You could be in it for 3 years and decide to want to come back, or you could be in it for 3 days and want to start the next phase. We're ready when you are. So building 1 complete, so what's on the scope, what's on the docket now is we're gonna be upgrading all of your sites. So again, we're back to the proposed playground pavilions, improvements to your shade structure. There's utility improvements required around the property. The walking path is included, your meditation, your demonstration garden, your trash enclosure, your overflow parking. All of those pieces are gonna start to get documented and constructed in this phase. Again, you see the future said solar panels, still future. So we've, in this concept, we've taken those allowances and we've pulled them out completely, and you'll see that on the 3rd slide. So phase 2, so what's this gonna cost? Okay. So again, kind of a summary of what you've got going. We're looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of $4 million in construction costs, another million, maybe a little more in indirect. So indirect are of course tied intrinsically to your direct construction. So if you're on the lower end of direct construction, then you're going to be on the lower end of indirect. So that rounds you out to somewhere in the 5.3 million. One difference to note here is the escalation contingency. So we ramped that up intentionally to 6% because the expectation is that we're not going to do it for some time. So again, we're not sure when. The sooner you do it, generally speaking, the sooner you do things, the less it costs.
So Jim, weirdly to me anyway, the second contractor on phase 1 was less expensive than general contractor 1 on phase 2.
Yeah,
And they flipped here.
they did. So that was I'm so glad you saw that. That was really interesting to me too. So,
by a lot,
yeah, so,
$2 million.
well, as a matter of fact, they both end up at the same number though.
Weird, were they
So-
having lunch somewhere?
They, I know. So really the takeaway from that is maybe in my communication with them, they got a little confused about something being in one spot and not the other. But the total scope got completely caught and captured, and they ended up both at about the same number. So communication is a four-way street. So
We did do walkthroughs with representatives from both general contractors on the site.
Yeah.
So it's not as though they only saw paper documents. They were invited, they walked around, they had the information from the various engineers.
Mhm.
So this was about as complete as we could get it. So when Jen says maybe she communicated, I don't take a lot
What
of
if they
grain of
walked
salt with
the
that. Again, we walked through, the site work is extensive.
Mhm.
It's extensive,
It is, it's, well,
Yeah.
it's a, yeah.
yeah. So
Okay.
just, I wanna put that out there. We did walk the site
Okay.
with them. And when I say we, many of us walked the site multiple times and pointed out different pieces.
Okay, I'm very heartened to hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It feels
And so-
more real.
Yeah,
Is a large part of the site work expense related to the walking path area? As opposed to grass?
You know, so I have to go back and really dig through the estimates. I don't think they gave us quite that level of detail. It's a really good question. I remember that the grading, had a pretty good cost to it because for the DG path around your property, that has to be an accessible path. So that means it can only slope by so many % before it goes out of compliance. So that can be, more challenging than maybe what meets the eye when you're looking just out across your site.
one of the details that stood out for me when I looked at it with you and when we had a little more detail. For the site plan, some of the most expensive part is the damn concrete.
Oh,
So
yeah.
the concrete walkway from existing building 4 into the parking area, you'll see that other gray line that kind of bisects the property. Yeah, that one there, that concrete area, a lot, that concrete work and the overall grading engineering part, those were some of the most expensive pieces, which
And
was,
If I'm not mistaken too, Rachel, this is a whole new layer of parking here, if I'm memory serves.
no, that parking is there, but the part behind it is where we talked about having to add that ADA ramp to
okay.
reach the access of the
Right.
shade structure, and then that overflow parking redesign. Yeah,
Yeah, so.
so concrete
Concrete.
and engineering.
Mhm. Okay, all right,
So that.
so that's our average, so 6%, we talked about this slide, I think we can move on. Okay, so allowances, like I mentioned, we extracted those allowances, concept being that you might have alternate means and methods of getting that work done. So you might have someone that wants to donate a play structure. You might have a grant to,
Grants, that's
Yeah,
that part.
yeah,
where
you
We
would-
don't know and we can't book it.
But we
right,
can pursue it and
We
it'll
can
be
pursue
good
it.
news, but
right,
can't count
exactly.
on it.
So I just pulled this out as a cost that we're making some guesses on, but also might be able to be really offloaded, unburdened from you all. Possibly. I did go ahead and including the direct construction costs, I went ahead and I did the same thing and I gave you the design contingency, escalation contingency. Obviously, well, not obviously, but these indirect costs may get significantly reduced if you have something donated to you and or it's self-performed. So there's some opportunity here, but taking apples for apples, just looking at it that way is another $2 million. So. Okay, next slide is the comparison slide. So these are kind of your decision, this is your decision point. So we talked originally about the single phase project, which is how we approached it from the get-go. When we got to that that number that was just more than you could absorb at once, we worked on some strategies. We came up with the multi-phase project. So comparing it side by side, your construction cost is going to be lower. It'll be lower because you're doing it all at once. You're gonna pay for those dollars sooner. It's just the way the economy works too. But both projects, you get everything. Those dollars are all of it, and we didn't take out any scope. You get the opportunity to have some staggered costs on your multi-phase project. On your single phase, you're gonna be in your facility faster, using it, booking weddings, doing whatever it is. That's all gonna happen faster, of course, on your single phase. Your multi-phase, so on the multi-phase, something to consider that you probably notice is you will end up with increased indirect and soft costs on the multi-phase. This is something that some boards don't quite capture, so I wanted to make sure you understood that you're gonna be paying effectively twice for some of these things. Although it's in different scopes of work, if you pay for it at once, that consolidation has a better economy for you. However, on the multi-phase and stretching out the timeline, the benefits for stretching out your timeline is you get possibility to raise some fundraising, grants, etc. that can take a while. You have time to really get your community excited about it and engaged. And then you potentially have an increased control of your project costs, again, because you have that longer duration, so you have more ability to reach out to more donors, more grants, all that stuff. So that's pretty much the end of it. Oh, we wanted to include, so we included this is the backside of that, the front of your building 1 and 2, just as a little different concept on how you might want to use your space for maybe some after work activities, like I was saying earlier, or I don't know, indoor weddings or who knows whatever you like. So
That's from what, looking from Mission, right?
correct.
Yeah, it's gonna be a pretty beautiful spot for everybody to see.
Yeah.
It is the most visible component of the property.
Right.
For anybody coming by the street, and you've all driven up and down it enough to know what that property looks like, so. So, again, I think this is your hot seat where if anybody has any specific questions on the process or what you've seen.
Yeah, I'll open it up to the board. Jennifer, do you have anything?
Well, Barbara, the facilities committee is gonna be.
We're gonna need more than 6 minutes.
That's right. We'll have to have items on the agenda to do that.
I think that the facilities committee needs to look at this and get input from Rachel with regard to what she has, as far as community feedback, and just decide what recommendations we have to go forward. This is gonna, in my opinion, I think this is gonna be a hard sell to the community at this price range.
Well, I'm gonna leave to the chair to decide how to organize our input and all of that. I agree that we have to sit down and look at these 2 scenarios. And perhaps have additional ways of looking at things so that we can come back and share that with our board colleagues. But I'm excited. This is a good vision. The number phase, the strategy 1 fits nicely in our budget. We'll have to make some tweaks.
Great.
But that center corridor, if we could get that under control cost-wise.
Yeah.
That will be the big heartbeat that will really draw. And let's not forget, we have a really good start with community. We have over 50 uses of the site as it is right now.
My point exactly, and I would like to recommend that we consider our priorities with moving forward in this as far as what we need to have addressed first. Internal, of the building or external as parking versus whatever.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking more of a break it down, more of a specific project to address at that particular point in time.
Right, and we have some good starts here on the descriptions of various elements, so. Apparently the facility committee stands ready to have a discussion. So
Absolutely.
So, and I will say, in light of that conversation, I brought forward some additional information that Bill had requested. So you do have an additional handout that has all of our current programming that Teresa's put together that you're seeing over there now, as well as some projected ones. We put next to it the social determinants of health that it basically aligns to with your catalyst report, so we're staying consistent again. And then the facility space needed again,
Right,
understanding what program, where it goes. So Barbara, to your point, when we start talking about priorities of programs and needs, we can start saying, okay, is this a building 3? Is this a building 1? Is this in the primary? What are we looking at? So that you can have that sense of scope and scale for that piece. For sure.
and I so appreciate this grid, Rachel, because as I was looking at the phases and looking at the far right-hand column, facility space needed, the alignment of what's presented here with what we know we currently are accommodating is very helpful. So I find that helpful. So we'll get busy.
Will you be able to get slides of this for the next facilities meeting?
Oh, yeah, this will all be put into your portal. So you can look at it at any time.
Okay.
As well as Catalyst and all that. So I'll have a section in there that will have some accordion files that will have the historicals as well as this presentation. So I know that that is part of it. And then obviously you can continue this conversation with the other piece if you want, but I wanted to make sure if we had any questions for Jen.
No, Mike, do you have anything?
No, I'm just trying to absorb it all and the gaps that are, there are $2 million gap roughly here
Yeah.
between two estimates. There's concerning in that. I would not think that there would be something of that missing.
Right.
Or a disconnect somewhere there that we need to uncover because
Yeah,
it seems really big on a percentage basis for a project like this that's
Mhm.
got a known structure, known foundations, and something doesn't feel right.
So the way I might be able to make you, might help you with that is, so when we ask these contractors to give us numbers, this is an exercise that they're not being paid to do. This is an exercise that they're just doing out of the goodness of their heart. Yes, they
For
have
the future
hearts.
project.
And yes, they hope to stay on the short.
Yeah,
list.
right, exactly. So in that, it's an activity that's going on outside of anything that they can charge for. So some contractors will put a little bit more time and others will put a little less time. If they put more time into it, they might reach out to some of their subcontractors, like a grading contractor, for instance. Have the grading contractor walk the site with them. And that grading contractor would be giving a more precise number, but also probably a higher number. So if you have somebody just in an office calculating out based on square footages and not looking at the site as much, even though they did visit the site, it's still, they still at some point just kind of calculate it. So that can cause a discrepancy.
Jen, I see the discrepancy right now.
Mhm.
Contractor 2 did not put anything for site work.
Right,
So when you add that in, they're pretty equal.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Million,
right.
still $1 million.
That's
off,
a
but yeah,
little.
It's closer, yeah.
Yeah.
And keep in mind,
Definitely.
you're looking for a level of specificity that only concept design documents
I know,
don't
I
have.
know.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Fair.
We're just looking at the variables.
Reactions and gaps.
And Rachel, based on what this was presented today, is this enough information to move forward with the project manager position that we put on hold?
We wouldn't go next to project manager until the full board has decided where we want to start
Okay,
going forward with some construction documents. That's when the project manager would come in, because I can't look at construction documents and timeline.
but.
That's not my skill set, but that's when they would come in.
Okay,
After you all are deciding what you want to do, then we would trigger that.
okay, and you're looking at the completion timeline, you said 2025?
So that'd be the single phase project, and there's some assumptions in there as far as how long you'd like to put it out to bid, you know, if you're not content with your bids, like Mr. Scott had mentioned, then you would end up maybe going back out to bid, so that would just, you know, unilaterally push that timeline out effectively.
Yeah, I may have missed it. What was phase one completion?
Middle of 2025,
Well, that was a full one.
that was a full.
What's phase, if we just did the first phase?
We didn't do a timeline for that one.
Okay.
You could, because there's so many variables, you could stagger, you know, you could have us complete our construction documents and then launch right into the next set. I mean, it's just, it's totally up to you all, how you want to stagger it.
Okay.
Do you have any more? No? Terry?
Holy cannoli on the price. For me, as a newbie on the board now, I get to say that one time, today I'm no longer a newbie. This is a lot of money. It's new to me. This vision is of a beautiful community center. Is what it is. You can call it a health center, whatever you want to, but we're building it as a multifaceted, multi-part thing. I'm wondering, I'm asking, is this our responsibility? Is this under our charter? Should not be in the business of building a community center. We can call it a health and wellness center, all that we want. But for example, we're talking about doing weddings and special events. That's cool. But you know, we will be competing with other businesses here in Fallbrook that do exactly that. It seems sinful to me for a government agency to go into business to compete with who's paying our bills. We're getting their property taxes and turning it against them. We just need to discuss that further. And I'm not feeling comfortable with that at this point in time. Maybe I'm missing part of the vision. I know a lot of you, the three of you, have invested a whole lot of time. I get that. And I get the passion for it. I get the energy for it. But taking a step back, are we really in the business of doing this kind of a thing? That's what I'm feeling uncomfortable about. The price is a lot of money. It's more than we have in the bank, quite frankly, right? We all know that. Can we really talk to our constituents?
Yeah.
Now that we have districts and justify spending $11 million of their money to build a community center? That's where I'm coming from.
So ruminations here, just for a second. So the notion of a facility that could provide an income stream, it has a certain response in the community. I've talked to Dawn down at Grand Tradition, you know, and they're booked for 4 years out. And they're also very high end. Our little community center down by La Paloma School, and I think Bonzo School has a little community center there too. That's fully booked on and off throughout the year. So there's not only just a quote unquote revenue stream involved, there is a community unmet need. All of these groups here that have signed up in this grid have searched long and hard for places to meet. And we don't charge them. The community-based groups don't get charged. But it is an indicator that our community has not grown in public meeting spaces to the degree of public meeting need.
But is that our charge?
Well,
That may be
it-
true,
it-
absolutely.
Yeah, and if we look at the nature of the groups that are using it, I think you will find alignment. You've got the chair yoga, health and wellness. You've got the food pantry. You can go to Palomar Family Counseling, the Alzheimer's ballroom dancing. You can go down this list and find pretty much a direct link to health and wellness issues in this community that have been identified. The diabetes program, Michelle's Place for Cancer. So I would agree with you that this should not become a community center, rec center, for instance. People bring up teen center all the time to me and I go, no, that's not our purview. Teen activities for health and wellness could be, right? We could do a physical fitness passport and have weekend activities there for kids to get physically
I
fit.
totally accept our support for the YMCA and.
Well, if we have
Kids
one.
Club and Girls Club and all
Yeah.
that. I totally get that and I
So-
totally support that.
Yes, so I think when we look at the list of groups that are using the space right now and want to continue using it, I think at least folks I talk to see a clear connection. And the people who are involved in these community nonprofit groups are just pleased as punch with a place to be. So I think the caution is important. We don't want to compete with our local neighbors and businesses. I don't think, from what I know, at this point, we would be. It's a different level of work. So I'll just offer that as an observation. Bill, in your view shed there.
No worries. I definitely, respect your views on that, and, my vision of the facility wouldn't be, I mean, I guess like an event center. I mean, I think that, it's important to have a lot of things that are health centric and stuff that is kind of in our, wheelhouse there, and, maybe some clinical stuff like we discussed with the diabetes and some of that, but, just on the general presentation and everything, I appreciate you coming out and you know, kind of going over some of this stuff. But yeah, as a board member that was on the board for a while, and I took a little bit of time off. My vision's always been that the money that we had for improvements was the money that we had, you know, in that account. I would think that from my perspective, the all-in-one phase is just a non-starter. I mean, we don't have the money, we can't manufacture the money, we have a set budget and set money that we have come in.
Not without cutting other services to do it.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, like a big part of what we do, as a district is we provide, grants to a lot of programs that, are definite needs in the community. And I wouldn't want to ever vote for something that would potentially put that at risk or, you know, put us in a untenable position moving forward. You know, I think some of you guys got this form. I think
Everybody
this
gets that, yeah.
this form, I mean, when I look at this, like, it just kind of makes me kind of sick, to be honest, like, some of the costs of, consultants and design, and I mean, I think Terry, you mentioned it at the last meeting, the Catalyst report, $250,000, with a bunch of junk. I mean, to me, like, it's not worth, it's not worth that, Taylor Design, I mean, again, it's $174,000 and we have a bunch of pictures and, not even an idea of what the cost is gonna be. So, I definitely understand some frustrations and, my priorities at the facility would be to use the money that we have for more construction costs and not just going into consultants' pockets, I think that's a big, I guess, concern for me is like kind of continuing to delay just leads to more,
Some cost.
it leads to more people saying like, well, let's see what the community wants now. Let's see what they, and I've kind of been through this, like from the first time I came onto the board, like asking the community, what are your needs? I mean, it's really tough to get an idea of what it is. And I think at the end of the day, they produce reports like this that say like, hey, there's a lot of people that are obese or have diabetes or, do this and that, and it'll be a good thing, a good program. But it doesn't really tell us like, what's the impact it's gonna make in the community? We do a diabetes program, who's gonna use it? Like, how's it gonna be received? I mean, it puts us in a tough position to try to, ascertain how that facility is going to be used and how things are going to go in 2 years and 4 years. I also think like if you look at some of this stuff, it kind of goes to show every 2 years we almost go in a different direction because there's a new election, there's new voices on the board, it's new ideas, and it's hard to kind of consolidate and move forward. I'm inclined to, look at the one phase design. I mean, my opinion is that we should build out the facility. We built it and, I'd like to see good use of the facility, and I'd like to see the community use it. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not directly, but we sold the hospital. We took that money, we put it in an account, and we basically said, hey, at some point, we're gonna come up with an idea that's gonna be good for the community, and we're gonna invest that in that, you know, as an alternative to what we had, you know, so. I think there's been a lot of ideas about what we can do, and we kind of almost go round and round in circles. So, I mean, I'm open for continued discussion about the facility, and maybe if some of you guys would like, maybe at facilities, try to break it down into even smaller chunks, but yeah, like I said, I think it's a lot to take in when you first see the estimate, and especially as a board member, you know, when this first came out, I was basically just back on the board at that point and kind of got this, and my initial thought was like, wow, that looks really cool, but like, how much does it cost? You know, like, I mean, you could design anything you want, but like, if you can't afford it, like, can't afford it, like, so I was, you know, a little worried seeing some of that stuff, and then seeing the estimates and everything come in. I mean, it's definitely scary, and, you know, there's a lot of unknowns there, so, but yeah, I think it's a discussion that we need to have, and at some point, we need to, be able to get to the point where we're ready to vote on, hey, at least let's put it to a vote. You guys good on, you know, phase one? What do we want to do there? So I would, you know, I'm not gonna ask for any motions or anything today, but I would hope that you guys could take all of these slides and some of the estimates and maybe kind of review all that stuff. And, you know, if you guys have further questions for Rachel or for Taylor Design, like, please reach out. I think that, you know, I don't know if we should put this on the next board agenda again to discuss and see if there's anything that we can do to move forward with that. Probably put it on facilities.
Yeah, for our February meeting.
Well, I mean, that, or if we have a time this month, for the end of this month, we had like a short facilities meeting because it was new. So now we have more material to review. We might want to book another facilities meeting or an extension. Based on, you know, with availability.
Yeah,
Take
I
a
would
look
have
at
to
this.
say my next 2 weeks are pretty short.
Uh-huh.
So
Well,
if
I'm just saying, yeah, but
Yeah.
definitely for the next
we will
one.
get it on our agenda for our February meeting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I think it's just at this point really critical for us to all kind of dive in, some of that portal stuff. If you need more information on any of the bids or the design, you know, this catalyst report, I mean, I don't know how valuable that is as you're kind of going through or whatever, but
You know, as far as that we paid for it, so let's use it to whatever
Yeah.
extent.
Yeah.
It helps us, but that's the long and the short of it.
yeah. And then, you know, again, on some of that, on that list, I mean, there's a couple other reports on there, like the Centriforce. I mean, that also, if you guys take a look at that, that has some more data on there that might help you guys come up with you know, more information to make the decision. But I would just challenge you guys to just really kind of get up. And hopefully by the next board meeting, we're all highly educated on the topic, and we can kind of like, you know, come to a point where at least, like, again, we can come to a vote, and, you know, because, you know, waiting around is not really getting us anywhere.
Can I make a suggestion
Absolutely.
on that? Barbara's and my facility meeting, it's scheduled after the board meeting each month.
Okay,
So Barbara, do you and I want to work together? And Rachel, we could move our facilities meeting to before the board meeting, so that we have grist for the mill at the board meeting?
We can try.
Okay,
That's gonna really be dependent on your
Your
schedules.
chair.
yes.
You tell me. I mean, I'm willing to do whatever.
Okay, let you and I talk about the possibility of moving a facilities meeting to before the board meeting. Because
Yeah, so we can look at that schedule and see what our option is,
okay,
so.
so you and I can have a preliminary conversation.
Yeah, I know Roy has his hand up, he'd like to make a comment, but I wanted to wait until we finished,
Hey,
any
Roy.
other. Obviously, we're not making a decision, but.
yeah, I don't have anything else. You guys have anything else, or? No,
Acknowledge Roy.
absolutely. How you doing, Roy?
I'm fine, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just wanted to make a comment if I could. I think the project is a good project, but I am concerned, as has been mentioned, about public perception. And where the public perception might go is, for $4 million, we had a hospital that benefited the public a great deal. For 10 or $11 million, how much of this is a major benefit to the public? In other words, the public may look at this, how much of it was essential to their needs versus how much of it may be perceived as a vanity project. So it is a major concern. I think that if it was to go forward, that I would highly recommend it goes in phases. In other words, do phase one, get the public used to it, liking it, accepting it, and then move forward to phase two. If it goes forward as one giant project, I think there's going to be a huge backlash. Just my 2 cents.
Good
I
point.
agree, Roy.
Yeah. Yeah, I absolutely agree with
Step too
that.
far.
And I think, like I mentioned, I think the phase one rollout for us would be just, I don't know how we could do it. So, basically a non-starter. We have to kind of look at the phase out, elements, but I appreciate Roy's comments and I definitely think he has a good point there. But I would just mention that some of that's kind of tough, like when we're talking about the 4 million for the hospital versus like what we have. I mean, I'm sure that any of us would say, okay, throw the 4 million back and let's have the hospital back, but it's just not a situation that we can do. I mean, if the 4 million was good enough for us to have a hospital, we wouldn't have ever been in this situation. So, yeah, I mean, at this point, we're kind of left with like, take the money and do something that's beneficial to the community. If we could just open up another hospital, I'm sure that we could get a motion and 5 votes on that right now.
I feel like I can say with a lot of assurance, you will not get a hospital for 4 million. Unless you want it to be 4,000 square feet.
A bed, no staff, no technology.
Yeah.
Well, we're hoping that we don't get a urgent care back on our lap, right?
Might.
Yeah.
And that's part of our discussion that we should be having too, because if we get one foot onto this project and if something happens with that and it comes back on our lap, we're gonna have our hands full.
And that's an example of a closed session.
Yes.
I agree with that.
Well, on behalf of Taylor, we're happy to do whatever we can do to help and assist you move forward. I'm happy to be available to you all through Rachel. I can answer any questions, give any more information, I'm happy to, and we're your partners in this, so just don't forget about us and reach out if you have any questions, please.
Awesome, thank you.
Beautiful project that you've laid out.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so, well, with us being done with that, we have some food. If we could just take 5 or 10 minutes, get something to eat. You guys take a restroom break and then we'll move on to the rest of our agenda here.
And not talk about this.
Oh, yeah.
There'll be plenty more conversations about this, no problem.
Thank you, Jim.
Yeah.
Or you
Of course. I like this part. I like talking about stuff.
You're welcome to stay. We have plenty of food if you want to have some lunch
Please
before you
go
head
ahead.
back in.
Please.
Feel free, it's a public meeting. As we all just learned, it's a public meeting. Let's take a quick break. So if you guys want to grab, whatever beverages, grab some food, restroom break, and then we'll talk about the grant priorities, because I have my grant training with our potential grantees on Monday. So I just want to firm up and make sure that you are familiar with the application, since you guys have never seen the application before. You have the questions, you have all of that in your packet. So I just want to make sure everybody had a chance to review those as well. They were in the packet. Yeah, okay, so.
Everybody's doing the executive prayer. Look at how everybody's down with their.
Yeah.
The executive prayer. You got lights?
Thank
Yeah,
you.
there's, viewings going on as I speak, so.
Nice.
Just making sure that they're happening okay and everything's working.
Wow.
How have you guys been doing with the interest rates going up? It's been around.
Slow down a little bit. Right, yeah, no, well, yeah.
Going on as a peer.
We also have some, for those of you who need a sugar fix, we have some sodas with ice and such right here. I got it in my folder.
I always say right buyer, right house, right price.
Yeah.
There's still business going on. People relocate, people have life events that occur.
Yeah, there's plenty of people buying it. Yeah,
Yeah, we got some white house, like, one guy's had fire from the days. Trying to find a place. Maybe this one worked out. So you just have to be out there, that's it.
Yeah.
Keep it out there. And I'm also trying to pull off a surprise birthday party for my wife. That's happening at once. I love the stress. Great that.
Do you like a little bit of Tony?
Awesome.
Number one, go with the pizza party. Too forceful. Oh.
Where's the Mentos?
Have you done that before?
I want to say, I'm tempted, that's just my.
We got 2 inches in one.
Hear people saying it's super cool.
Yeah. you have to do
All
it.
very dramatic.
It's all right. Oh, I brought the ice out and I didn't. And then I didn't go anywhere with it. Okay, thank you, Robert. So, we do want to make sure that obviously we have full conversations, like Jerry said. Me and Mike, this is the first time they've gotten to really see anything, right?
New Italian place in town. Did you see it opened? You know what I'm talking about? Let's see,
Mission?
on Mission, just south of the gym. Going south, there's a low-lying restaurant that's been vacant for 4 years,
Yeah.
and they finally opened. And they're pretty good.
Okay.
Their service, they don't have their, like, we sat too long to even have anybody come to us, but that's often a new restaurant problem. But I think their menu's great and the food was good. I don't know that we needed another Italian restaurant, but now we have 3.
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah,
Usually.
brothers and
Trubianos.
to be, 4.
Yeah.
Mike's Pizza,
Oh, yeah, yeah. they
Mountain
do.
Mike and Pizza Hut.
About my size.
Yeah.
Yeah, when my daughter works at Baskin Robbins.
Oh, she does.
So, yeah, I'll go for some time. Get a little bit of ice cream, do a little pizza.
With pizza.
But thank you for that, and then we'll, just shoot me an email, we'll get.
Nice, nice little easy job for her.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and you're welcome. You don't have to, oh, you're taking the bagels away? No. Just.
I'm not taking them away.
All right, somebody else is going all sugar with me. Oh, looks like Mike. Mike's going there, so is Bill, right on.
The diet soda will kill you.
That's bad for you. Or so I like to say. Drink it.
It's all my rice.
It's your vice?
Yeah, I like those little mini cans though.
Yes,
Cause it
contains.
limits, you know, little.
Oh, man. All kinds of things.
I'm sorry, my wife.
You're fine, you're fine. But that's what we and, yeah, going on cheese. You're an all cheeser? Me too.
One, I just don't eat things. So pepperoni's out.
That is good for us to know for future events, not that we feed you very often.
Don't plan around me, but I'm just saying. Don't. I'm good with that. Okay, there's no ham.
I just don't like pepperoni. Oh, it's right at the end.
Pizza.
Me? Usually a bunch of vegetables.
Oh, I like the veggie pizza.
Yeah. I'm not afraid of meats and I will eat a bacon pizza, but. I mean, I'll eat bacon all day long.
Yeah.
It's gotta make a bacon pizza, right?
I'm sure.
Thank you again.
Yeah.
We'll be in touch.
Yes,
So appreciate
okay.
it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And once we figure out when or how, we may have to communicate with there.
You guys should be busy now, huh?
Barbara, maybe you and I and Rachel could, at the end today, look at our calendars and see if we can get a meeting in before the board meeting in
I
February.
don't need to look at my calendar, anything that you guys. You know, I mean, really, I'll find
I do.
it down the street, and the
Okay.
only thing that I have on my agenda is the healthcare district meetings. Other
Okay.
than that, I'm at home doing things, or I might have a Bible study that they want me to go to. I've got connected
She
with.
missed the last meeting, now she wants to get back at it.
Oh, listen, I got chipped off twice, and then that was the shortest meeting on, and I thought we had to have a quorum. But, never mind, we didn't, my fault because I was late, and so they started without me, and then they had an
Well,
8-minute
but
meeting.
we did wait.
I know you did,
Yeah.
and I told that I was coming in, and I said, never mind, I'll get on Zoom. And they saw my face, I was logged in, and then I got kicked off, and that's because they terminated the meeting, so I said, well, what the hell, I'm sorry. I tried.
All right. Whatever you're ready.
All right.
We're gonna double that.
So strategically, I waited until you all had food in front of you so I could talk and you wouldn't have a chance to listen.
Very
I mean, anything but listening. So, the community health contracts, again, this is new for both Mike and Terry. I did give you guys some preliminary stuff when we first met. We have been developing a really solid, clean grant program over the last few years. Not that it wasn't before, but we really kind of nailed it down a lot more. What's important for you to understand is really not so much a process, because that's solid, but making sure that we're clear on grant priorities and understanding who basically the grantees have been. We built out, it's accessible on our website, but it's also that big blue and white grid that's over on the wall. Will show you our 20 years of grant history. Who's been funded to what amount for what kinds of programs? And the idea is to see what kind of continuity we've had, where we're still seeing unmet needs, who in the community is getting how much, that kind of thing. So one of the goals is to achieve sustainable funding sources and options and to be less dependent. One of the goals for our agencies, our grantees, is to help them achieve sustainable funding sources, options, and be less dependable on the district for ongoing, meaning that we shouldn't be their only funder. And that was a conversation and an agreement among the board several years ago. Bill, I know you were still on the board at that time when we had that first conversation, basically when I first got here.
Yeah.
So one of the things we've been working and guiding the grantees toward are understanding how the district can help support them in that. One of the things that's interesting to look at is the amount of funding that the district has provided has usually been about 36% of the revenue on an annual basis. After the sale of the hospital, when we weren't supporting certain hospital auxiliary programs, that percentage went up quite a bit, and it stayed up quite a bit until last year, when we really started seeing that we needed to start going back to a more historical norm in that revenue, so that we had funding for this development of the programs that we were going to offer. So in knowing that we were going to go back that, one of the things we did, as of the 2021 cycle, it was determined that we would only fund a particular program for 3 consecutive years before a 1-year hiatus is required. This is the last consecutive year since we changed that policy. So a lot of the historical programs, this will be the last time they'll be able to apply in the exact same form that they have been funded for before. So the guidance that will be given to them is they will have to think about their interventions, if those are being done different, focus on a specific population or demographic. They have to somehow tailor the program differently in order to be able to qualify.
Should we be counseling them and guiding them through that process
We
to that
can't,
degree?
we can't necessarily guide them on how to do that. All we can do is make that recommendation of, if you plan to apply, your program or intervention must look different, or you're serving a different population.
Will they be notified of that at this point in time?
They were already notified of that 2 years ago.
I'm talking about now, at this
Yes.
present point in time for the grant.
Yes,
Will they be reminded?
yes,
Okay, because, you know, oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know.
yeah. No, it has been a standard part of my training with them each year. Collaboration among the area agencies, with demonstrated collaborations being viewed favorably in the reviewing process. Again, that was part of that previous conversation. One of the challenges is that we saw a lot of silos where we had 4 or 5 different grantees all doing or addressing food insecurity, but none of them communicated together. So whether or not they were all feeding the same people or the same population, there was no way to know.
Mhm.
They didn't communicate. So what we really are strongly helping them to understand is that if they're working with another nonprofit, or at least they're having communications about who's serving whom, so that they're not seeing duplication, the better. That isn't something that has been limited to just the granting process. This has been a big part about what the CCHW committee has been discussing. I'll your seat back, sorry.
But do you have people from CCHW that are representing entities that have been recipients of grant monies?
Oh, yeah. Almost half the participants in CCHW are our grantees. So like, Food Pantry Foundation, Palomar Family,
Boys and Girls.
Boys and Girls Club. I mean, most
Hospice of the Valley.
Hospice of the Valleys, a lot of them are specific. In fact, if you go back to our grant policy, it specifically states that if they are a grantee, they're expected to be part of the CCHW group.
Okay, good.
That has been part of the policy since long before I got here.
And
So,
and this
Yeah.
past year, in light of all this, we did tailor and had a specific, how do you seek grant funding outside of the district?
mhm,
Was one of the education segments, and we encouraged them all to bring their grant writers
Right.
in support of this.
Excuse me, but Mr. Scott, could you address, are we limited to grants only within Fallbrook, Bonsall, Duluth, and Rainbow? I thought it was specifically district oriented.
so that, the recipient of the program, the resident has to live here. The nonprofit could be centered in Escondido, Temecula, wherever, but the service has to be provided here.
Oh, I get that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I mean, I think, it's gotta benefit the community you serve,
I get
the
it.
residents of basically the community in the Fallbrook district.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
So we're doing our best to get them to collaborate and demonstrate who they're working with. Not just a list of, oh, the Angel Society funds us. That's not a collaboration, that's a funder list, right? The collaboration has to be, we work with the Boys and Girls Club specifically to bring this piece of service, right? And then, the expectation that the district will have fewer grant funds available as the Community Health and Wellness Center continues to offer new programs and services, and that we're looking for a mix of new and or ongoing programs or services. So these 3 bullet points have been the priorities that have been communicated to the grantees over the last few years. So I didn't imagine you're all interested in making significant changes to that philosophy, but I wanted to make sure we were all consistent and aware that these were the priorities I have been working on based on previous conversations with the board over the last few years. We're all good? Everybody's still nodding and chewing, so okay, good. All right. Current agency or program requirements, we ask that their application makes it clear what their intervention or service, how it addresses the social determinants of health, specifically within these top areas. Again, this aligns them or their services, or at least our ability to equate what they're doing with our programming needs as identified, not only by Catalyst, but some previous research that we've been doing. So this allows us to, in some respect, try to compare the outcomes across grantees. Now, it's difficult to gauge impact equitably across a program that does something completely different. The example is the food pantry can feed 5,000 people. They're meeting an immediate need. Your example that you just saw from the Foundation for Senior Care may serve 20 seniors, but they resolve deeper issues. How do you compare those two as far as impact? You can't talk about number served. You can't talk about cost per participant because they're just not comparable, right? So that is one of the challenges that you'll face when you're reviewing the grants. So in order to try to make that a little more clear, we've asked them to identify what needs are they addressing in their grant. So that process will still be put forward. One of the pieces, 80% of district residents. So whatever we fund them, they have to be able to say and attest, this money serves no less than 80% of district residents. Now, the reason there's even any play is, I'll pick on the Foundation because you just heard about them again. Let's say you're serving a senior here, but their adult children live in Temecula and Escondido. Well, the children are an indirect effect because that resident lives here, right? So that gives us that variability to make sure that the families of our residents are being supported indirectly through this program. If you are, we're not paying for the care advocates at the Foundation to drive to Temecula to serve Temecula residents, right? That's that distinction. All right.
If I might just add, it's the primary benefit is to the communities you serve, okay? Because I mean, it's a recognition, just like it was, you know, hospitals not confined to four walls. Healthcare is not confined strictly to your boundaries. There can be spillover benefits to other areas. And that's okay, as long as the primary, we can demonstrate, like you say, through the grant process, that the primary beneficiaries are the people you serve.
We've also asked them through their budget process, you'll see in your packet a copy, there's 5 pages of the budget piece that they have to provide. One of it is they have to provide us a list of who they're receiving funding from. So we've asked that they can demonstrate that at least 20% of other funding is coming from either in-kind support, other grantees, program fees, something. If we are paying 100% for their program, that's not really appropriate for an agency.
And it doesn't bode well for sustainability. We want to help them be sustainable.
Exactly. Then again, over the last 2 years, we've really started looking at where was their highest unmet need. So the highest community needs were identified under healthcare. So programs that have any effect on diabetes and the related hypertension, obesity, high blood pressure, cholesterol, all of that cardiac, heart health, physical, and then mental health and social support and prevention and screening programs. Obviously, we can't expect an agency that only works on children that does social to suddenly become a diabetes expert. No, but these were our highest needs that were associated in the community. That's just something for you to be able to keep in mind. When the applications come in, you're gonna grade them on your merit, right? We'll have maybe another inter-rater reliability training, Jennifer, maybe. So that we're all consistent, and when you've graded a 3, you all mean the same thing by that 3 versus a 5 or a 1, right? So these are the essential pieces of that grant policy. The priorities. The rest of that piece is the actual exact questions that you'll see in the application. All right, so that's in there just mostly for you to go through. I'm not going to go through it, but you'll see we asked them for all of the financial documents. They have to explain who they are, what their program looks like, who they serve, how they're serving the social determinants of health, how their program aligns with our community needs. The statement of need, if you're not familiar with grant writing, this is their sales pitch, right? This is where they say, the community has this need, and this is how we hope to serve it. Straight up. They'll describe how the program works, the program goals, the objectives. They have to be able to provide us measurable outcomes. And they can't just say, and then everybody lived happily ever after. Well, you define to me what happy is and what is ever after, right? Anticipated acknowledgement, again, as we've all made very clear, this is public money.
Right.
So it's important that the community can see that this grant funding went to this program. So we asked the grantees to help make sure that that message is put out through their social media or their program supplies, whatever that may look like. Financial reporting, the budget, we asked them a number of questions regarding the budget piece. Again, you'll see that example in your file here. I give them very detailed instructions on filling out the budget. Very, very, very detailed. I'll let you continue to read that at your leisure. That is not uncommon. After having written thousands of grants, I can tell you, it is expected that an agency will have to provide this information to receive funding. Yeah.
Who prepared that tool?
The district has had it for a long time, and then I have been retooling it over the last several years.
She's refined it.
Greatly.
If I might.
Please.
This is exactly when I
This
wrote
is
that,
excellent. I
This
mean,
is,
when I wrote that memo at the last meeting, we discussed the fact that healthcare districts have been under attack. Healthcare districts that don't operate hospitals were scrutinized about 10 years ago. Their reserves were looked at, what's going on here. And Aguilar, who was the person that sponsored that legislation, she looked at districts like Grossmont and Fallbrook, which we developed these things way back, okay? Which have been, refined and bettered by acts of, what Rachel's done and other people have done. But the basic model was based on this. And that's what she adopted for other, because there were healthcare districts that didn't operate hospitals that were setting up grant programs, but they didn't really, they didn't have a proper format. And so she used this as a model, and part of the statute has a number of these requirements that she borrowed. And so you can look to it goes all the way back to here. This was looked at as, hey, this is the way you're supposed to do it, folks. And that's what was put in the legislation. So
Fair enough. Yeah, no, it's
It has a
excellent
great
tool.
history.
Nice tool.
On Monday, I will have my annual training with our potential grantees. I send that invitation out to any and to all. No one is specifically solicited to come and apply,
Right.
but we make sure it's available for anyone to access. The application will start on February 1. It will close the end of February. It's an online submission. If anyone says, oh, hey, can you help me fill this out? The answer is no. I can help them understand the technical format that they have to fill it in, but I can't do the program design work for them. Same thing for you as board members, because you're involved in the community. If someone says, hey, do you think we should apply? This is what our program looks like. Direct them to me so that I can explain, these are our priorities. This is how you would have to fit.
Or the website.
Or the website.
You know,
Yeah.
and this is the one thing, and I mentioned this, I'll shut up, but this was one of the things that we had a problem with, was that she was basically personally attacking board members for going out and trying to encourage, or what she called solicit people to apply for grants. And, you know, we found it offensive, but she looked at it, well, we think the potential conflicts in doing that. So it is what it is, and so we had to, you know, basically had to go along with it, but we didn't like it. But it is, you have to be careful. Now, I'm not aware of anybody so far since the legislation was passed that's got into trouble with this issue, but it's out there. And again, you're probably never gonna get criminally prosecuted for it, but it might be embarrassing, or somebody could take advantage of it.
We make sure that all of the reports from last year's funders are on the website. So anyone from the community can see who applied, what their application looks like, and then the quarterly reports. So all of that is put on the website. The grantees know that that will be the case. Barbara, any other questions?
Did we ever establish if there would be a cap on the amount of dollars requested? Because we were decreasing the amounts over the years with a focus on the purchase of the wellness center and what was going to happen. Then COVID hit. And I know everybody's been affected financially by COVID, but the idea was to not have them so, again, reliant on the district for all that excessive funding. So I was wondering if we, at that time, I can't recall.
No, the board never set a cap.
But we did decrease the amounts.
Yeah, so what happened, you saw this fairly consistent percentage, and then it really went up. And then we started to bring it back down, and we're still in that process now.
Okay.
So that will be part of the conversation that you all will need to kind of decide, whether you decide it in advance, or you decide it at the next board meeting, or you decide it after you've decided the awarding amount. That will be your decision, but it's something that needs to be considered. I will bring you the historical, and that will be in your board portal, so you can see, again, commonly pre-2016, 17, somewhere around there, it was normal for the district to provide about 30% of our revenue went to those grants. Post that time, before I got here, and then the first year or so, it was looking at closer to 65, 69% one year, which isn't sustainable for the long run unless that is the only goal you have for the district. That would have to be your conversation, obviously.
And what is it now? What was it last year?
Last year, I want to say we were closer to 40%. I used to have that in my brain, but it fell out somewhere, so I'll have to look. But we have that, all that data accessible. So this is where I will be presenting as of Monday, unless any of you have any very last minute changes. That is the standard grants program as we have now. I know you have some other thoughts, but this is our standard traditional community health contracts. We call them grants. They are contracts, they're agreements, but we generally call them our grants.
You're gonna do this Monday to the grant
Two
proposed grant.
potential grant
Will
recipients.
it be
yes.
here?
Yes.
Okay, so what?
I don't recommend, now you can take it up with Jeff, but I don't recommend board members are here. If you make a comment, it's gonna look like a board doctrine or a board support. So I would recommend maybe you're not visible to that training, but that's just my thought on the process.
Can't disagree. I think that's probably true, because they're gonna be trying to influence you rather than giving you the training that they really need to.
And they understand, I do not vote.
Can
on
you
the
listen
grants.
in by Zoom?
Yeah, you can listen in, and I do have a Zoom link for it. Just make sure you,
Video and no audio. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
I will also have the presentation, the PowerPoint that I give to them. I also put that up on the website, so it's completely transparent what was said to them. So that at no point, I don't want there to ever be a point where someone can come back and say, oh, no, you told us that all we had to do was say, hey, Mike's my friend, I should get funded
No.
100%.
have they RSVP'd?
Nice.
All right,
I have a number of RSVPs, yes.
Okay.
But I do not expect them all to RSVP. People will show up who didn't, and there will be those who said they will come who won't, so
I-
that's pretty normal, so.
Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
I just, I've been through 4 cycles now for the first 4 years. Barbara, you've been through 16, I think, or something. Just a couple of surprises that happened for me. The first 2 years, each board member got 12 grants to look at, each of us. And then I would sit there and give my opinion and you'd give your opinion, and that didn't seem right to me, quite frankly. And so in strategic planning committee, we made the proposition that all board members review all grants so that we are on even footing. So the surprise there is it takes a lot of time.
Yeah.
We had 26 grants last year.
32.
Like I said, 32 grants. And this year, I'm going to allot 1 hour for each grant. Now, I'll get better as I go through, but I just marked out, I marked out 32 hours because they really do their due diligence.
Mhm.
And I want to be able to speak to their strengths and concerns I have. So that would have been good for me to know ahead. So I'm waving the flag.
Thank you. That's good to know.
We used to have the grant packages sent out and then completed, and then the board, then the CEO would look at them and then designate a person to each board member to review. And then our comments were then given back to the CEO, and then there would be a board meeting afterwards with the collective data of what our opinions were, and we would actually at that meeting agree or to fund or not to fund.
So we had, it went 2 different ways. There's pre-Bobby and post-Bobby. Bobby's the CEO before me. Pre-Bobby, it was all board members reviewed all grants and then brought it forward at a meeting, discussed and decided. Then for 4 years or so, it went to this other version where you had a select few and not everybody read all of them. And then it came to a meeting. So what we eventually came back around to, I'll review all the grants when they first come in to make sure they're compliant. So I have all the pieces. I will generally kind of put together a general list of, yes, they've been funded before, their impact reports were on time, something of that sort. You will receive all the grants to review, and then we will set a meeting, and at that date is when you'll bring your scoring sheet. I'll already have your scoring sheets, and we will basically take a blinded copy that says, grant number 1, Bill's baseball team. Picking on you, sorry. Bill's baseball team is grant number 1. There are 5 scores. Here's the lowest, and we'll say, here's the top. And what we'll do is we'll do that with all of them. And then that way we can say, here were the top 10 applications. Here's the middle 10 applications. Here's the lowest scoring 10 applications. And that allows you all to decide where were you already in consensus and where did you have disagreement? And then that's a good place for you to start. That conversation worked really well for us last year. So unless I see some other change that's really needed, I know, Jennifer, I don't either. I think it turned out to be the most fair way, and it made the most sense for all of you to have all of that information before you're making such an important decision.
Yeah, sounds pretty objective to me.
Yeah.
So we were informed by Mr. Abbott, what about six years ago? 8 years ago, that with regard to the grant process, that we were being very generous as a district to our grant recipients, and that we needed to prepare ourselves for oversight because it was coming down through the government that they were looking at the funding, and you had to have categories of, are you meeting the specific needs, measurable outcomes, and specific contract performance? What are you really doing? And we were really requiring them to do anything at that point in time except, do the RFP or the contract request and they would do a presentation now and then. But it was going to become more specific and measurable. So this is why we are where we are now and why we drove Maria crazy with all that.
Well, and I will tell you, I have been on both sides of this process
yeah.
now. So when I was the director at the Foundation for Senior Care, I submitted these
Yes,
grants.
yes.
I will tell you, after having come from lots of years of grants experience in other places, this was the easiest grant and the easiest money I had ever been awarded in all my years of writing grants. Okay, now I end up here at the district and I now made it harder. But, and that was because I'm building on that same thing that Steve initially brought in, was there had to be more accountability, there had to be better grant reporting. That evolution happened, not because of me, it just so happened to coincide with changes from the board. We just all came together on it. So I feel like our grant process now is very fair. It's what you'd see more standard in the nonprofit sector.
I have never had a problem with the grant process. I think we have been very fair, very objective. I think we really worked very hard to look at all the applicants and to see, it broke our hearts at times to say no. And say, no, you have a good program and it's a good idea and it would be something that would be wonderful to put into place, but that doesn't fall within our realm because it was either educational, preventative, or
Yeah,
like
we don't
ancillary
even,
services.
yeah,
that
we
kind of thing.
switched from that category to this, just
Right.
to have some continuity with our programming styles, but.
Yeah.
Any other comments? No, for me, I just have a couple comments, I guess. I think that obviously the grant program is, huge for us. I mean, I mentioned it earlier. I think it's one of the biggest, impacts that we make as a district right now is funding some of these, programs. So again, I'd encourage everybody to really dive deep into those grants and really kind of think about your priorities and everything, for the grant, process in whole. I think I mentioned it before. I'd like to encourage the grant recipients to come present to us. I'd like to see one of them come
Every board meeting.
That'd be good. I would just encourage them in that. It's nice as a board member to kind of, see the impacts. I mean, I sat on the board, I think the first 4 years I was on the board, maybe we had one presentation. I mean, I like, some of the programs, it's nice, to be able to go the whole process, research it, fund it, see the impact, instead of just kind of like, well, here's this program again that I don't really know a whole lot about, and we're not really associated with that really. So I'd like to see that. And then, obviously, the grant, programs coming up right now, so I'm not really pushing any major changes, but, I know personally, I'm not a big fan of the social determinants of health. I don't know how much you guys know about all that. I mean, to me, it seems like, I guess the promotion of welfare activities and saying that it's pretty basic to me. I would be in favor of maybe next year, subsequent years, trying to find a different metric. Obviously, we have to have a metric for finding the results and being able to deliver on some of that. But to me, from the time that I've been presented this whole idea of social determinants of health and done more research and trainings on it, I mean, the more I see, the more I'm like, well, they're like, oh, well, if these people had more food stamps, they would have better health, or, I mean, and I don't necessarily agree with that sort of thing. I think as a healthcare district, we should promote health, and some of the stuff makes sense, but other stuff doesn't. And, I mean, I don't know what other standards there are out there for, checking the box on saying we're able to, increase metrics in certain areas, but, that's just kind of my 2 cents on that or whatever, but that's it for me. So I guess we'll move on to D5, Rachel, updated community investment policy.
Just a real quick clarification. So February is the month in which the
candidates will need to submit their applications, correct?
Correct.
And then we will take March
Yeah,
as a board to sift through them and to make our determinations. Is that about the long and short of it?
close. So what will happen is they'll, on February 28th, they close the grant window. Then I'll usually take about 2 weeks to pull them down, make sure everything is correct, a file's not corrupted, anything of that sort. Then I'll put together paper binder, sorry, but paper really does have to work on this one, where you'll get all of them. We'll get those to you, and we'll do that as fast as possible. And then we will set a special meeting where we'll come back around and you will bring your scoring, and you'll all sit together, you'll look at this grid of what the scores have been, and you'll make your decision at that time. Usually, that's gonna be the very first part of April. And then that way, I also have a budget number to build into our budget for that as well,
Okay,
for the upcoming fiscal year.
so that means then you probably can't even do your budget for 2020.
I can't finalize it until you all have that meeting, yeah. Unless you somehow had a meeting where you said, we are only going to fund to this dollar
Yeah,
amount.
that's probably not gonna be the case, but, okay.
Yeah, I have pushed that direction, that process didn't really work.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, at this point where we're at right now, that's pretty well impossible, but I would be open to it in future years if the treasurer, the finance committee wanted to propose a specific number for the grant allocation ahead of time. Might make the process go smoother. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, you absolutely can. It would not be an uncommon circumstance that a grant applicant, let's say they ask for 50,000 and we are not going to fund them 100%. We're gonna say, we're gonna give you 30,000. It's not uncommon. So it really is up to the board to decide. How you decide to allocate the money will be part of that conversation.
Yeah, I just would not want to see us blocking ourselves in to the extent that we wanted to make decisions and we couldn't do them because we, blocked ourselves in with the budget limit and that sort of thing. Not that we don't have one.
Yeah.
Because we can't spend all of our revenues, but certainly, to set an arbitrary ceiling before we even get into the review process.
Right.
Would not be, I don't think it'd be the right thing to do.
And because, this is a different process, just to give you an example, and I'm not suggesting this is appropriate. But Grossmont, for example, has a budget amount for a fiscal year. And then they have a grants committee, and the grants committee does all of the legwork and basically all the stuff, and then the grants come throughout the year to the full board. And as Rachel says, sometimes there'll be, if there's a grant committee recommendation, they ask for 50, they only get 30. That's likely what's gonna happen. The full board gets to weigh in on it, okay? But they do look to the grants committee to basically, they
Make the recommendation.
yeah, their recommendation takes, has great weight.
Right,
But
the only downside I would see to that, for example, if a applicant came in asking for 50,000, for example, and they needed that to be able to do the program that they're presenting, and we said, well, we can only give you, 40,000 or 30,000, that might make their program overall less effective.
Right.
And then we
those are
wasted
the-
our $30,000.
Those are the things that are done at the grant committee level and ultimately at the full board level. And they're allowed to come in if they don't agree with the recommendation and whatever. I'm not suggesting that to reinvent the wheel. I think that both processes work just fine. It's a lot of hard work for you guys because you're doing it all at once and it's not spread out. So, but I just wanted to share with you, there are different approaches and that there is a budgeted amount that they look to. And when they get to that point, then they, towards the end of the fiscal year, a lot of the grants are pretty much all exhausted, the amounts.
And to Jeff's point, historically, if you look at, I think, our first 4 years of grant making, we had a rolling grant cycle. So they applied it a couple different times in the year. From the notes of those dates, it was really difficult to manage as far as the reporting and the finance. So I think that's what eventually led them to say, let's have a standard window of application, which again is more normal in that nonprofit world.
Okay, so you.
Did you want to talk anything about the youth sports stuff or?
Oh, sure, yeah, I can talk about that right now. So, I've talked to, Rachel, in the past about trying to fund, nonprofit, youth sports organizations and try to get maybe micro grants started or some way to try to fund more kids, playing sports or having the ability to get out there and play sports. I think that, the impact from, the COVID and all the kids staying home and, just, some kids that aren't able to access, some of the programs, I think that it could be a good opportunity to potentially use a small amount of money and make basically a huge impact in the community. I've coached, youth sports for a number of years. I've seen directly the impact that, playing sports and being in some of those environments can help kids and how it can kind of, not only help with their health, but their social interactions and potentially helping them in school and in life. So, I had talked to Rachel about potentially, taking, annually maybe 20,000 and trying to work with some of the nonprofits and get these kids, access to sports. And so I've kind of talked to her about, trying to find a way to, operate that or figure out how to do that, whether just funding some of the, organizations and, letting them offer free sports, but I think that it could be a good opportunity, not only to make a big impact in the community in one of the areas that we've kind of struggled to fund some of the younger kids and,
Bill, what age group, if I may ask, are you referring to? You're looking at middle
well,
school?
most of the youth, I guess, youth sports would be like, maybe between 5 and 14 or
5 and
15, yeah, like
Okay.
once they start getting into high school, but there's a number of, youth sports organizations, soccer and softball, and basketball and baseball. And, I know kind of growing up as a kid, like, being in a lower income family, like we struggle to be able to do anything, and, I coach a travel softball team now. So the kids like have just about everything they need and they pay $250 a month to play on the team. So it's a little bit different dynamic or whatever. But going back to, my youth and kind of seeing some of the youth around town, I definitely see it's an area that is an unmet need that can be
Absolutely.
addressed.
It's a big
and
void.
that, we always talk about getting good PR and getting more people out. I think that would be a good opportunity to do both of those things while, making, a major impact. And like I said, I think that, if you look at the numbers, if we were to fund something like, I said, 20,000 a year, it's such a small amount compared to, 250,000 for Catalyst or, some of these costs or whatever. And when I look at some of these costs like that, that's what kind of upsets me the most, because I'm like, well, for smaller amounts, we could fund great programs or do amazing things here in the community or whatever. So yeah, so that's been something that's, definitely been a goal of mine, and something that, has been a priority for me to try to, advance over the years.
So this would be like AYSO type stuff or?
Yeah, basically, yeah. So there's, I don't know if they have AYSO here in town, but basically the same thing, like youth sports organizations like that, maybe if they were willing to offer a little bit of a discount and we were able to offer some money to help, it could be a good opportunity to get more kids out. And, I would think that, if you get a good amount of kids out, that, a certain percentage of them will continue to play. And, maybe at that point, their parents have more money or more ability to do it or more willingness to do it or whatever. So, that's basically my
Yeah,
thoughts.
those are great programs. You go to some of those soccer events, I mean, it's like, it seems like millions of kids are there.
Yeah.
And their families, so it's a family participation with kids out there really working and getting exercise and learning discipline and taking care of themselves. I think it's an awesome thing.
I appreciate it. Jennifer?
So, you're singing my song.
Awesome.
looking at the census data, and I don't have it specifically for Bonzel. It was in a different category I couldn't access, but I think we're probably pretty mirrored. But anywho, 24% of our residents in Fallbrook are 5 to 18 years old. And I think it's important for us to keep that in mind as we look at proportionality to populations. 18% of Fallbrook residents are 65 years and older, 18%. So I think we got those parameters that we can look at as we go through priorities.
Yeah.
So what I'm resonating with, to use the verb, is if we were to set aside a given amount, just as we do for the ambulance,
Yeah.
for Fallbrook fire, if we do put a parentheses around that and our coaches or whatever their governing group is in the sports world for kids, I can see that being a very strong connection.
Yeah.
With folks to help students or players that can't afford it.
Yeah. I appreciate
That fulfills the economically challenged part of our mission too. So maybe that can come, I think we should probably, wondering about the finance committee on this one. When we get ready to do the grants, should we not know our view of the ambulance MOU? Because that's $100,000 each year.
It's probably gonna be more for this next year. the way the grant-
Definitely, we need.
But I can bring that forward. That's not a challenge. I'll
Yeah.
have that data. If let's say you want to do a set aside for this fund, we can create it as a separate application process than this grant cycle. But we would,
Right.
if you wanted to do it in this fiscal year, we'd have to make that conversation because we'd have to figure out what that application looks like, what that nonprofit entity and how they report. I know that's logistics.
No, next year. I think we're putting things in the hopper for next year, right? 23, 24.
I was just throwing out ideas, however.
Yeah, I think we're on the runway right now. We're halfway through our fiscal year. We'd have to mess around with lots of things. But for the coming budget cycle.
Yeah.
For 23, 24?
Yeah, that's, I didn't mean this now. I meant for I don't even think about this year.
Take yourself out of the
I'm
girl.
100% in 23, 24 in my opinion.
Yeah.
So if it was gonna be in that cycle, though, we would have to start thinking about it.
Yep.
If we're going to do it for this upcoming fiscal year,
Yeah. Now.
that process would have to start now. So that's a conversation that you can continue
Yeah.
with the board and that we can discuss further obviously in finance and strategic. planning and stuff.
Awesome. Well, yeah, if you guys wanna, look at that in finance, I'd be open to it, and maybe we can continue the discussion a little bit more in strategic planning and kind of go from there.
And then obviously, Jeff, I'll follow up with you on any specifics as far as how that program would.
I mean, you could look at kind of like a mini grant program, because you're talking a total of, whatever, $20,000-$30,000.
Yeah.
Broken up to at least probably 4 different, there's a number of organizations, so, $5,000 probably go a long way.
Yeah, I imagine.
For an organization,
Mhm.
yeah, so you can set it up like that, because they do that with many grants.
Okay.
Other districts.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Point of personal information. I'm preemptory giving an apology. I will not be able to be at the February board meeting, and neither will Roy Musa, because that's Vince Ross's celebration of life that we're doing for him, tribute to him. And it was originally on a Sunday, so it was no problem, right? But they moved it to a Wednesday and it's our board meeting. My first board meeting I'll be absent from. So we're having a big party for him at the Art Center. And it's gonna be fantastic, but I have to be there for that. So I will miss you all, but I know you will carry on.
Yes, when did he pass?
No, he's not passed yet. We're giving him a tribute today.
I didn't hear.
Yeah. Yeah. He's on the edge, I'll say.
Yeah, I know.
Roy will be at the same table together, so.
Okay, we'll excuse you. With our blessings.
Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to D5.
And this one is more, this one is just mostly informational. It's mostly background for you all to understand. In the financial reports, you always hear about this community investment report or community investment fund. It has been an interesting rabbit hole trying to find out how this fund was created, the name of it is terrible. They call it the Community Investment Fund, which makes you think it's an investment fund completely separate from the rest of the districts. We've all hated it. Anyway, this is our policy on the books from 2017, how it came to be. It was, as Jeff kind of in your initial training, it was the lease termination contingency fund. It was the pool of money the district was putting aside for when CHS was eventually going to hand it back to us and we were going to have to run the hospital. We needed to have money set aside to do that. This fund and this policy was drafted in 2017. And so all the language of it is now outdated, some of the pieces to it. So what I've done is I just wanted to put that in there, A, for you to have some background knowledge. And then B, you'll see attached is kind of a red line option of how we could update the language to the fact that we no longer have lease income from the Alvarado Street property. Just updating it of how the initial funds were assigned. You see, that's just format. In case you don't like reading red line, I also put in a black line. I just put this in here for consideration for you to have some background knowledge. I'm talking with both Susan and Marty from finance on how we could potentially rename this so that we would have a more realistic understanding of what that accounting of funds really is.
If I may interject, wasn't this brought forward at the time that we were going to lose the hospital? And we were going through that transition and we're going to sell the property?
It happened actually long before this. It was originally part of a conversation that came out of 2008 and then 2014 and then 2017.
Because we have references and we can go back to the minutes and we can look and see where that came
Oh,
in.
no, we have that.
Oh, okay.
I know, I have that now. We found it.
Okay.
It was new to Judith and I because we were new enough to the district that we were like, where did this come from?
Yeah.
Where did this thing come from? And then we went down a lot of rabbit trails till we found it. And then we called Jeff and I was like, I'm lost. And he's like, well, this was that. Then we found the right minutes and this just updates this policy. I put it here just so that when you see coming forward, we want to rename the Community Investment Fund so that it's more clear to the public and to all of us. These are funds that were designed to be community development expenditures.
So that goes under the budget.
It's not even a budget line item. It's that report 10 you get in your finances, that community investment fund. It would just be a renaming of that fund, so it's a little less confusing at
So if we
first glance.
spend it all, we don't have to worry about it, then, right?
Right. Yeah. If you spend it all, it would still be an easy way to say, where did you spend that all? It was all in this community development. So this was in here more as informational, as background. You may see it come forward again, but I just want to make sure you had time to look at it at least once.
Yeah.
So it's not really an action item. It was just mostly informational.
Good history lesson.
It was history and it took some time to figure it out. Luckily, Jeff has history with us, so he was able to say, go back and look at this year. And that was literally the lifesaver. So anyway, you'll see that in your packet. Keep trying to touch my mouth instead of touching your mouth. Right. All right. That's it.
Do you guys have any comments? Any comments? Anything you want to add?
I think it's a topic for discussion, review it carefully, but it was solidly thought through at the time for those funds to be utilized for future development as community investment, so that they know that at that time when we were doing exiting the hospital, the lease agreement.
Yeah.
And we were trying to sell the hospital, that those funds weren't being used for anything else, but put into a sort of a safeguard.
I think she's just talking about changing the name
Yeah.
though,
Yeah.
and continuing with the same
With
sort
the
of
same
use and,
It's a new
it's just-
definition, maybe?
A new definition, we need to update the language from from a present tense to a past tense,
Okay,
right? We're no
right.
longer saving money for when the lease terminates.
right, there's no lease to terminate. Yeah.
Yeah. So just updating that, but you'll see that forward. Obviously, I'll work with Jeff to make sure it's written
As long as
appropriately.
it's specifically for the development.
It doesn't change the process, and that is very clearly spelled out in that policy. Yeah,
Okay,
And is this something that's probably gonna come up on next month's board meeting?
that's what I anticipate. Yeah.
So we'll look at that, if you wanna take a look at that, in your packet and just get a look, and we'll probably discuss it again at the next board meeting.
Yeah.
All right, well, I just wanna thank Rachel and all the staff for coming out and, putting everything together for us. It was, yeah. awesome
you,
job.
Raquel.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
And Jeff for all the informative slides and everything. It was definitely good
You
stuff.
held us to 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
That's it. Thanks, board members. Let's attack that information and then be ready for the next board meetings, and we'll just go ahead and adjourn.
Good luck on the escrows.
Thanks.
You go.
And Jennifer and Margaret, I need signatures.
Okay. I'll just
You
give you
shall
real
have-
quick.
Oh.
Explain it.